Yes, the look of my face in this thumbnail is a look of kind of looks like I'm disgusted or something. But this case has been bothering me a lot, and there's just so many disturbing things about it. I'm talking about the Madeline Soto case. So there's been some body cam footages that has been released, and we don't know what the involvement of the mom is. We know the stepfather is a sicko. But the mom, however, a lot of us are wondering, was she just ignorant to everything? Did she just ignore the red flags because, she didn't want to be alone? She wanted to have a man around? Or was she also malicious and she was also part of it as well? But before we get to all of that, just some of the stuff that we're going to cover for today's stream. I'm going to do my best to try to cover everything, but we'll see. We got some long stuff ahead of us. But I want to start off with talk about Brian Laundrie. There's been some new stuff that came out about Brian Laundrie and him possibly having a mental health crisis or having some mental health issues, maybe. And then I want to talk about Rebecca Grossman. I made a video about Rebecca Grossman a couple months ago. I think it's been like maybe a month or two now. She's the dubbed as LA socialite who was drinking, driving. She hit two young boys and she left the crime scene. She has been found guilty and her sentencing is supposed to be next week. So I don't think the sentencing is going to be live. But yeah, I definitely want to talk about that. And then we'll get to the Madeline Soto body cams that has been released. It was released yesterday, I believe. And then we got Karen Reed trial. Everything that happened yesterday. Yesterday was a full trial, so I'll do my best to cover as much as I can. It's like 7 hours worth of footage here. But, there's breaks in between. There's some, they don't really do a lot of sidebars. So sidebars aren't really too crazy. But there's a lot that I do want to cover today. Hi, Kurt. How's it going? How are you doing today? Happy Tuesday. I hope you're doing well. Hope everything's all good. And then, also Chad Daybell, as you guys know, he was found guilty last week by the jury. And not only that, but the jury has recommended him to get the DP. I don't know why. I actually thought them coming to whether or not Chad's going to get the DP, I thought it was going to take a couple more days, but it seems like they're moving pretty quickly with that. So we'll see what happens with Chad Daybell. I don't know, because sometimes you hear about cases where they get DP and then later on it's like, oh, never mind, not anymore. Or the state makes it so like, DP is like illegal. So we'll see what happens with Chad Daybell, because we know Lori Daybell didn't get DP. Apparently they were going to recommend that, but then the state like kind of messed up some stuff. They didn't turn some things in on time, and then DP was taken off the table for Lori. Although, if Chad gets DP, I think Lori should have been eligible for DP. I don't know. But anyways, that's a whole different thing. Hi, Jenny. How are you doing today? How's it going? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. But yeah, let's start with Brian Laundrie. This video popped up on my feed today. Let me switch on over here. I'm not going to play the actual video because we might get, I don't know, like a little strike or something. But they released some stuff about Brian Laundrie. And, Brian Laundrie, he had an Instagram account where he posted his artwork stuff. I don't know if he posted this. Probably not, because then we would have saw it. But it's, it could be a little bit disturbing. Or it could just be art. Oh, it depends on how you want to interpret it. But it says like, trust no one, trust no one, trust no one. And then there's like a little skull thing here. And if you look behind, it says kill, 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 kill. So is he just kind of drawing out what he's feeling inside? Was he having some turbulent feelings about, possibly wanting to kill someone? Or did he really feel like he couldn't trust anyone? Or was he just being expressive and this is just all like figurative shit? I don't know. I mean, yeah, it could be a sign of like paranoia as well. Hello, Dolo. How are you doing today? How's it going? So this came out. And then in addition, I think they found some ammunition in his possession. He had brass knuckles. They did mention finding this book. I actually have this book in my possession as well. They're like, oh, maybe he's like disturbing. There's this Chuck Palahniuk book called Choke. I read this book, and honestly, this book was very not memorable. I remember reading it. I was like, okay, this book sucks. Chuck Palahniuk is the author of Fight Club, if you guys didn't know. And then not only that, but there was this... Oh, gosh, I can't even read this. Let me see if they blow it up a little bit. Okay. So this is something that he wrote. About a year ago, I went to a type of mania where I was smashing holes in the wall with my head, kicking through paintings, tearing whatever I was working on, pouring gasoline on myself to burn alive, but getting the lighter wet. Parking out in Murderland, listening to Mac DeMarco with a gun to my head, wrestling alligators. I wanted to die, and the weird thing is, nothing's changed, but the timer's running down. So again, I don't know if this is just like all figurative stuff or if he actually really did this and thought about maybe possibly ending himself. I wonder if his parents knew about this, if his parents knew that he had these troubling thoughts. I wonder if Gabby Petito knew that he was having troubling thoughts. Maybe he really was struggling with his mental health and he was just not getting the help that he needed. We don't know. But this was released today. And even Gabby Petito's family didn't even know about any of this. They found this out, I think, a couple days ago. Hi, Shirley. How are you doing today? How's it going? And then I want to switch on over to Rebecca Grossman. So like I said, I made a video about her. Her sentencing is scheduled for next week. However, her family, this is her right here. This is her daughter. This is her. The relationship seems a little complicated because the night of the murder, she was with her boyfriend, but she is married, but it seems like the husband was okay with her dating other people, and maybe they were dating other people. I don't know. It seems like a little bit of a complicated relationship between there. But they maintain that she's innocent. They maintain that, oh, you know, maybe it wasn't her that did it. Maybe it was the boyfriend that did it. They try to pin it on the boyfriend because apparently they were driving and maybe they were racing each other. And I think the speed limit was like 45 miles per hour. And I think Rebecca Grossman was going like 70 to 80 miles per hour. It's like in a residential area. And so they try to pin it on her boyfriend. The boyfriend denies it. There was like no evidence that the boyfriend was involved. But, you know, now they're trying to say, well, you know, during the trial, they didn't really do a good job at showing that there was intent. Like Rebecca Grossman, when she was driving, you know, under influence, she didn't really have the intent of murdering someone. She didn't have the intent of killing someone. But I think in addition to finding alcohol in her system, they also found Valium in her system. So you're like, really shouldn't be mixing the two, you know, while you're driving. And so the judge, you know, was like, no, we're not going to give you a new trial, because that's what they wanted. They wanted a new trial. They wanted to throw the old verdict out. But the judge threw that out and was like, no, we're not giving you a new trial. Your sentencing is still next week. So we'll see. I think she faces about, I forgot how many years she was facing. I forgot. It was like either 30 or like 60 years. I don't remember. Oh gosh. Karen Reed trial, interesting and soul killing at the same time. Did you watch all of yesterday's testimonies? So we got that. I do look forward to hearing what she's going to get for sentencing, because the way that, I mean, I understand that if you have a family member that you truly love and you're going to do everything you can to defend them. But I mean, come on, if there's evidence that points that they were involved, they did it. It just seems like, I don't know, like your typical privileged, entitled family. Like these people are rich and they're like, oh, you know, maybe I could throw some money and maybe I can get my mom out of this. I don't know. That's just a feeling that I get. But anyways, that's Rebecca Grossman. That's her. She's going to have her sentencing next week. So let me cross through this. And then I want to get into the body cam footage. I haven't seen this. I saw like the first 2 minutes and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to watch it with my chat. I'm going to watch it with you guys. So again, the Madeline Soto case, this case is so disturbing. It's one of those cases where I'll just like think about it randomly, like just, you know, doing random stuff throughout the house. And I was like, think about it and it just makes you like really, really sad, really depressing. Madeline Soto celebrated her 13th birthday and she was reported missing the next day. Stepfather was like, oh, you know, I dropped her off at school. Well, not really at school. I dropped her off like at like near the school. But then when you look at Google Maps, it's like, why would you drop her off here? Because it seems pretty far from the school. If you look at it, she would have to walk a little bit down the road, underneath a bridge, a little bit more, and then she would get to the school. Like you're not really dropping her off next to the school. But apparently, I think the mom and the stepfather was like, oh, you know, like she didn't want to be embarrassed by the car he was driving or something like that. It's like, okay, whatever. But the stepfather was like, yeah, I dropped her off at school. And then I guess the mom went to go pick her up in the afternoon and found out that her daughter never showed up. Called around, talked to the teachers, found out that her daughter was never in any of the classes. And she couldn't locate her daughter. So, you know, they called 911, they report her missing. But I don't think it was the mom that called 911 to report her missing. I think it was the mom's like family members, like her sister, maybe the mom and stuff like that, like her mom. And I don't know, a lot of people are just giving like weird looks to the mom because she did an interview with the stepdad and something just feels off. But then again, you know, it's just like, okay, she's like she just lost her daughter, or sorry, she just reported her daughter missing, doesn't know where her daughter is. So we don't really know how people would normally act in that situation. But there was just something off about like the mom in the interviews and stuff like that, like just really weird stuff. And we got some conflicting information about whether or not the mom saw her the night after the birthday party, because the mom was like, yeah, I saw her, you know, said goodnight to her, whatever. But then there was like reports saying that the mom actually saw her getting ready for school. But then that would contradict with, there's a lot of stuff that's going on with this case. So like apparently we don't know when Madeline was, when she was alive, right? We don't know when she was actually killed or anything like that. But we did see on surveillance footage that the stepfather discarded her backpack, her laptop in the residential trash bin. Which is kind of weird. Like, why would you be throwing all that stuff away? And I think that was a time before the mom said that she saw Madeline getting ready for school. So I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on here. But not only that, so the stepfather has already been, he was charged with, you know, he was the guy that essentially said, oh, I accidentally might have factory reset my phone. And then law enforcement's like, you might have accidentally factory reset your phone. the hell? Like, how does one do that? It takes a lot of steps and actions in order to factory reset your phone. Anyways, they got his phone. They recovered a shitload of stuff and a lot of stuff that were horrible. A lot of stuff that he may have done to Madeline, or, you know, it's all alleged right now, but, you know, we've seen the court docs and stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. But sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh God, whenever I think about this case, it makes me so angry. Anyways, so stepfather was charged with, you know, possession of things that you're not supposed to have, and a bunch of other stuff, like lots of counts. And then finally, you know, they were able to locate Madeline Soto's body, like about a week after she went missing. And a couple weeks ago, I think, they finally charged him with the murder of Madeline Soto. So now we're wondering, okay, what's the mom's involvement in this? Because we've had some really weird things that we heard from the mom. The mom said that, you know, it was normal for the three of them to sleep in the same bed together. I'm like, okay, like, you know, Madeline's like, you know, I think Madeline met Stephen Stearns when she was like 8 years old. And, you know, she went missing at the age of 13. So it's like, you know, teenage life, like middle school life, sleeping in the same bed with your mom and your stepfather. Okay, that's kind of weird. And then not only that, she said that like, oh, sometimes, you know, if I wasn't there, they would sleep in the same bed together. It's like, okay, so you have your teenage daughter sleeping in the same bed with her stepfather. That's kind of weird. And she also said that, like, well, sometimes, you know, the three of them would sleep together, but because the mom would have, like, some sort of anxiety and she would want to get a good night's rest, she would just ask them to sleep together in the same room. It's like, that's so weird. And she said that it was the reason for that is because Madeline needs someone to sleep with. She needs someone to, like, touch while sleeping. I don't know. There's some really weird stuff with the mom that we'll have to wait to uncover later on, because I'm sure the mom is definitely under investigation. But anyways, I wanted to go into the body cam footage and just watch it, you know. Oh boy, it's a lot of stuff. And then afterwards, let's get into the Karen Reed trial. Karen Reed trial, I think there's been they have a lot of people from law enforcement that's going to testify. They're going to talk about finding the missing taillight pieces. They're going to talk about, I was scrubbing through the video and I saw that there was, I think, the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing, which is the victim in this case. And yeah, I look forward to hearing all that. Last week's end of testimonies were kind of like, like I was a little confused. We heard from the IT guy, we heard from the snowplower scheduling guy, and I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. But mom, since the mom knew about the abuse and probably watched, I mean, I just don't understand how you couldn't. Like, I understand that, okay, if you never came from a background of abuse, that maybe when you look in the world in your lens, you're like, okay, everyone's trustworthy. Everyone's like, you know, like you can trust people to be around your kids and stuff like that. You can trust your boyfriend to be around your kids. You can trust your boyfriend to sleep in the same bed as your kids. Like, okay, maybe. But I mean, if we look at the court docs, the abuse goes back as far as like when Madeline was like 8 years old. It's been like, what, 5 years? How do you not know? Or were you just ignoring it? Or did you just not care? Or just ignoring the red flags? Like, I don't know. It's so wild to me. This mom is supposed to protect the daughter. And where the fuck was she? And my other assumption was, okay, well, maybe the guy was a loser and didn't really work, and he stayed at home with with Madeline during the summertime, and maybe the mom was the one who did all the work and stuff like that. Maybe she was like, you know, working like double shifts or something like that to support the family. I don't know, but it's just really weird. It's just really weird. Yeah, I felt like she couldn't. Maybe she's one of those women who are just, you know, and this happens for men and women. Sometimes you're just so desperate to be with someone that you'll do whatever it takes to be with them. You don't want to go back to the dating scene and find someone new. You don't really care how, you know, your kids are affected by them. I don't know. It's like super sad stuff. But let's watch the body cam footage. Hi, Christine. How's it going?
The park, when I talked to them, they said it looked like 5 or 6.
5 or 6 kids at the park. All right.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Let me finish up with this and I'll give you a call.
So he's arriving at the police station right now.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
This is mom.
This is mom? Okay. Hi there.
Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
Yeah, and then sometimes there are severe cases where you have the mom who's jealous of their own daughter, but it's like, no, you should be protecting your kid, not being jealous of them. So we don't have a lot of information on Jen Soto yet, but there's just some weird stuff with Jen Soto. But you know, I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt.
So my daughter was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to drop from school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
That's the stepfather right there, the sicko.
Are we looking for another kid or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
Good.
Alright, so people are still on the scene, let's put that out in the hospital location. How old?
13.
I'm trying to get there right now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today,
Okay.
and she never came out. They announced it over the speaker, and I'm just like, maybe she walked here, because sometimes she'll walk here to this office. I came here, nothing. I went back to the school, they were closed. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but
And let's say the mom is involved. I feel like if the mom is involved, but they're going to use the mom to testify against Stephen Stearns, they might give the mom some sort of deal where she like will serve like nothing. I don't know. There's always cases like that where you hear like it's usually the men who get more of a severe punishment, and the woman is the one who like testifies against them, and then they get like nothing. Like there's been so many cases with like involving children where I hear about that. I'm just like, oh my god, this is so fucking annoying.
I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Okay, what's her name?
Madeline. Madeline.
Madeline. Last name?
Soto. Soto.
Soto.
Yeah.
Date of birth?
February 22nd, 2000.
And I don't know if I'm just reading into this too much, but like when he asked her, what's your daughter's name? She kind of hesitated for a second, looked down at her phone, and then answered. I don't know. I'm probably just looking way too much because I feel like I'm just too emotionally invested in this. Hi, Nicole. How are you doing today?
February 27th, 2000.
22nd.
Oh, sorry. 22nd,
2011.
2011.
Just had her 13th birthday.
1418 Charlie Worldwide. What's the name of the single aid?
Madeline Soto, age.
And apparently, the grandmother thought it was weird that he was at the 13th birthday. The mom wasn't at the 13th birthday because she said she was working at the time and she couldn't attend, but they were kind of surprised that he would show up for the 13th birthday. I don't know if at that point, if their relationship was kind of like on and off or something like that, or what.
13. I'm trying to get a clothing description now. What was she last seen wearing?
26 County Charlie Worldwide. People hit my call 931. It's the same call.
Green hoodie.
Green hoodie.
White Crocs.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts.
Yeah.
Black shorts? Okay.
God, and hearing this guy talk, he sounds like such a fucking loser.
Black shorts. Alright. Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live.
She doesn't know where they live. Okay.
I asked all of them.
Okay. Is this like...
How did she get in contact with Madeline Soto's friends if she doesn't know where they live? Does she have like their phone numbers and contact information, I guess?
Does she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Not typically, no.
No.
Not typically?
No.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me see if I get some.
Thank you.
Apparently, Maddie Soto told her friends that for her 13th birthday or something like that, she wanted to run away and live in the woods. It's like, yeah, I can totally see why she would say that. If you're at home and you're being abused, why would you want to stay there? And your mom is not there to protect you.
And what school she goes to?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Hunters Creek Middle? All right, cool. 125.
Hey, Wicked Maid. I believe it was actually the age of 8 was when the first set of evidence that popped up from Stephen Stearns' phone. Or 7 or 8 years old.
Do you have a picture of her? Can you airdrop it to me?
Hi,
Yeah, I
Moon
know.
Dog.
Let me see which picture. I don't know which picture.
Anything recently, probably from her birthday.
I think they're blurring out because I think there's a minor here. I think that's why.
Right?
Yeah, but I wasn't there, so I had to look at what's up.
Stefan, why aren't you pulling up your phone? Why don't you show us the photos that you have of her on your phone? Did you take pictures of her at the birthday party? Because look, he's just like standing there. And wouldn't the mom be like, oh, do you have pictures from the birthday party? Hi, Pam.
Go ahead. That's what I'm about to grab right now. Yeah. All right, cool thing.
Is this a good enough picture, or do you need a whole
Yeah,
body
that's perfect.
picture? Okay. How do I airdrop? I don't know how to do it.
I got you. Where's the photo?
Yeah, we can just go straight to it.
I'm gonna send it out right now to my other guys.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Oh, sorry. Next video. Is it this one? Part 2.
The park when I talked to them.
Showed up. So they called since I don't even know when, but whenever they what did you say that what did she call?
Hey, Lori. I'll take your taco and said hi. I'll be here for sure. I feel like I would be losing my mind if I couldn't find my daughter. And she sort of just like knows why the daughter's missing. Yeah. And then if you guys ever saw her TV interview, it's just weird. I'm just like, I don't know. There's just something really odd and weird. But she could just be really nervous. I don't know. It was just weird to me.
My question is not why is this not a code 3 when it first came out?
Oh, that's 16. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't.
Yeah, so that last time she was seen, it was early this morning, like 7 o'clock.
She have a cell phone or anything?
That's what I'm about to see. I'm about to go check. I just try to get as much information now of her clothing descriptions than the Diaz. The Diaz has.
Code 3 response is defined as emergency response determined by factors such as immediate danger to the officer or public safety that requires expedited priority response utilizing lights and sirens.
A hit in like a big area full of kids. So if you want to help me out with this one,
Yeah.
put me my signal expert. This is mom right here.
Look at him over here pretending to help, pretending to locate Madeline.
By any chance, does she have a phone number or a phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I have it.
You have it.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like Apple Watch? No.
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
Her school laptop.
Her school laptop, the one that was dumped in the garbage can by your boyfriend.
Oh, is that trackable?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It should be. Like if the Wi-Fi is turned on, it'll try to connect to any Wi-Fi. So if I like circle here, it connects to any USB.
So I wonder if that was her trying to, I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, I'm reading in so much into this because this shit just really pisses me off. But I wonder if she knew about the laptop being discarded. And then when law enforcement's like, oh, can you track that? And he's like, and she's like, oh, I don't think so. Because if law enforcement tracks it, well, where are they going to find it? In the fucking dumpster.
Well, does she not have a history of running away or anything like that? She was hanging out and time kind of thing?
I don't, possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's embarrassed by his car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
And it was even a half a block away. We did the Google thing, and she was dropped off pretty far away from where the school was. It's like so weird. And it's so weird. I feel like the mom is trying so hard to defend the boyfriend right here.
She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
Okay.
What was the last thing you asked?
If she had went to school, I think that's what it was.
So I got confirmation from the school that she never made it. They sent me an email saying she didn't make it. But I also spoke to her or emailed one of her teachers directly, and he looked at all her attendance for all her periods.
But here's the thing. Okay, so the mom didn't find out that her daughter went missing until she went to go pick up her daughter when school was over, right? unless things are different now, but usually if your daughter or your kid doesn't attend school, they call the mom, the parents right away to notify, like, oh, hey, by the way, your child's not in school today. Just wanting to see if everything's okay, or just report that they're absent today. Did the mom not get that notification? Did the school not do that? Or did the mom get that notification, but then she just ignored it?
She didn't make it at all today.
Okay.
Hi, Joseph.
Say it again? No, she's supposed to have a book bag. She was supposed to go to school, but didn't go to school today.
Hi, blah, blah.
Good. Roll 643.
Oh, okay. All right.
Battery FGOA 212319 Turtleback Loop. Third party occurred Saturday.
Okay.
Second complaint.
All right.
Children
Cool.
by two juvenile males. Your request is
Say it
10.5
again?
only. It's code 219.5.
I'm trying to figure out secondary spots, but so far negative on anything. Yeah, you could be 51 to me. All right, cool. 34 too. All right, cool.
I'm getting the
Attention Sector 4 units. Prepare to copy a local from OPD at Warren.
Yes,
Sorry, is the audio too loud?
said negative on that hit at the park.
Way.
So-
Reference a 21 to a vehicle. Pursuing local. Reference a 21 to a vehicle.
I think
Going
black
to be
shorts.
an unknown male, gray hoodie,
Sausage,
black
black
pants,
shorts,
black
and
ski mask,
white Crocs with
gloves.
socks.
No further information. 1064, 1946.
And when was the last time you seen her? Do you know around what time?
Around 8:30, 8:40.
So again, this is where, for those of you guys who missed it, I think we talked about this in a different video. This is where her school is, Hunters Creek Middle School. He dropped her off at the church right here. It's not even that super close. It's like you're dropping off the church. She has to walk all the way down underneath this like highway passage thing and then finally get to the school. It's a really odd place to drop her off. Like, look at this shit. This is the church right here where he dropped her off. She would have to walk all the way down here. All the way down here. Underneath this bridge thing. Underneath the freeway. Continue walking all the way down here. And then walks over here. This is pretty far. This is not just half a block. This is pretty far. And the fact that the mom is just saying that, like, I feel like she's trying so hard to cover for the boyfriend, but the fact that mom's like, oh, like dropped her off at like, a half a block away, she like, because she was embarrassed of like being dropped off in a shitty car, I guess. But like, I feel like the mom is trying so hard to cover for the boyfriend.
When we dropped her off.
How tall is she?
5'1".
Yeah.
Weight?
110 pounds.
About 110, 120.
Hair color?
Blonde.
Blonde, like a dirty blonde.
Like a dirty blonde?
Yeah.
Okay.
Julie from Court TV called him Sickle Stearns.
Eye color?
Blue.
Does she have any markings on her, like any scars or anything?
Hi,
like
Sarah.
A distinctive beauty mark on her face
that? On
here.
her face.
On the face, like below the nose or near the nose?
Yeah, like right in that area there. It's very distinctive. You'd know it if you saw it. It's big.
Any other scars or anything like that? Which you know?
Scars? No.
No.
Tattoo?
Tattoos? No.
You'd be surprised. Did you put out the description?
I put the top part out. I didn't get.
I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, sometimes when you're going through a serious moment, it's nice to have moments of levity where you can just like find humor in things. But I feel like I said, I could just be reading way too much into this shit. But I feel like this humor right here that's happening, I think it's because she's like probably really fucking nervous about what's happening. And she just wants to relieve that nervousness by laughing at whatever the fuck they were just laughing at. Like, I don't know if I would be laughing if my daughter was missing.
Scars? No.
No.
Tattoo?
Tattoos? No.
You'd be surprised.
They asked if she had any tattoos.
Did you put out the description?
I put the top part out. I didn't get the rest of that stuff here, so I can put it out.
Counting 34 here. Updated 14. White female.
Can I just see that phone?
Black shorts. White socks.
It sort of reminds me of when the Alexi Treviso body cam footage. after the mom found out what her daughter did, and the mom was with her husband and the baby father's family members. You guys remember when they were kind of like laughing about something? I forgot what they were laughing at. Oh, when they were asking like, oh, could the father be anyone else? And the mom was like, oh no. And then they were like kind of laughing about it. It was just like, I don't know. To me, it was just off-putting. It's just like, ugh, like you just found out what happened to your daughter. And like, I don't know, like, do you really have a moment to laugh at this point? I don't know. Like it just happened. Not like, oh, it was weeks later, months later. Like it just literally just happened a couple hours ago or a couple minutes ago.
5 one night. Laundrie, dirty blonde hair, blue eyes, has a beauty mark under the nose. No deal.
Like if it was an 8-year-old, let's say the 8-year-old had nightmares, right? Because 8-year-olds are what, in 3rd grade? 8-year-old, maybe like 3rd grader, 4th grader, 5th grader having nightmares. Sure, you know, like sleep in the same bed together. But if they're entering their teens, 10, 11, 12, it's kind of weird. But this is what she told police. This is the article that I was referring to. So weird. Jennifer Soto stated that while they were together, they, Jennifer, Stefan, Madeline, would either all sleep in the same bed or Madeline would sleep with her when Stefan was not there. It's like, okay, sure. But not only that, there's more to it. Jennifer reported to police it was normal for Stefan and Madeline to share the same bed when she wasn't there. Jennifer Soto stated that if she needed a good night's sleep due to her anxiety, she would ask them, Stefan and Madeline, to sleep in a different room. Does that not sound weird to you guys? Stefan stated Madeline always needed human contact when going to sleep. Stefan referred to it as snuggling. Do you think that was just an excuse that Stefan made to get close to Madeline? Do you think Madeline really said that? Or do you think Stefan told Madeline to say that? Like, come on, these are red flags here. Mom, why aren't you not picking any of this shit up?
I'm getting a random 407 number.
It's possible. Jen could also just be a little bit slow.
Hello? Yes? Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you? No, currently police officers here right now.
Start getting the
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find her
paperwork.
anything.
Does she have any social media or anything like that?
She has Instagram.
Right here. In her phone.
Private.
It is private, yeah.
Just family,
Thank you
cousins,
so much. I
friends.
definitely appreciate it.
Right here.
That's her.
Yeah, I think the church parking lot video was probably just a doozy or something like that. I know initially it was stated that they had surveillance footage where it showed Madeline being dropped off at the church and then walking towards the school. But that might have been a mistake or something.
Her profile?
Yeah.
She's YouTube.
Little piggy.
She also has a YouTube page.
Okay.
Right. I could totally imagine that maybe Madeline just wanted to sleep with mom, hoping that mom would be there to protect her.
Any Snapchat or...
Games, right? No. She
Let me get
plays
that.
games.
No, that's the
She
daughter.
plays games. She plays like Minecraft.
Hey, Storm, how are you doing today?
The park when I talk.
Okay, sorry, we're going backwards.
So you're just trying to figure out where he want to go?
Another caller advised totally cut you
Yep.
between
Echo.
that location and the neighbors for a while. They were on the way. It's code 2201.
Come here.
Because to give mom, okay, if I was trying to give mom benefit of the doubt, it seems like a lot of the recordings happening during summertime. So, of course, Madeline was home. Maybe Stefan Stearns was a loser, didn't work, and he stayed home most of the time taking care of her while mom was at work. And that's when most of this stuff happened. I don't know what mom's line of work is. I don't know if she works like 12-hour shifts or if she has like overnights. Like I don't know what she does. I have no idea. I think I saw that she at some point worked with Disneyland booking booking like a travel agent or some sort of thing. I don't know, with Disneyland. I'm not really quite sure. I remember hearing about that, but I don't know if that was during the time that Madeline went missing or if that was like way before, because I know people were digging into her like LinkedIn and stuff like that. But I mean, if she was doing Disneyland stuff, I seriously doubt you're working like night shifts. I seriously doubt you're working like 12-hour shifts and stuff like that. You're probably just going 9 to 5 at an office job. And not only that, when something traumatic like that happens to you, there's definitely going to be a huge difference in body language from your child. Was she just ignoring that? There's no way Madeline went on as like a happy-go-lucky child. There must have been something traumatic that happened to her over and over and over again to the point where her demeanor changed around mom. And was mom just ignoring it, thinking it was like, oh, this is just a normal 8-year-old thing, 9-year-old thing, 10-year-old thing, 11-year-old thing, 12-year-old thing?
Negative. They both say 061. They both anonymous.
Yeah, I think I heard about that too on like a Reddit post. Rain says, I've only found out that he worked in the theme park for 3 months at some point, but apart from that, there's nothing about his job. Yeah, he could have just been like a stay-at-home. Maybe he wrote books or something. Maybe he was like a Chad Daybell. You know, Tammy was at work all the time trying to support 5 kids and the family and the husband. Meanwhile, the husband was at home trying to write these like shitty-ass books to attract women. Maybe Stephen Stearns was just at home, you know. Who knows what he was doing?
Hey, come here.
So we have Doggo. And I think they're just trying to pick up a scent, see where Madeline is. Everything about this is just so sad.
A mile away. So just preparing I'm just preparing you for future, Start stretching now. Because it's happened, but I just gotta give him forewarning. And I have to have my camera on for it too, so. Hi.
Hey, Ken, what's going on?
That come out on the radio?
Oh, that's kind of cute. They have a sticker of the dog's face on the car. I think the dog's name is Wyatt. All right, so Wyatt is trying to find Madeline. Of course, they don't find her until about like, a week later, I think. I just want to see if we have any more footage of Jen Soto and Stephen Stearns. Yeah, so they're trying to find her. Apparently, the grandmother did an interview, but it was in Spanish. Does anybody speak Spanish? You guys can translate for me.
There's like a car pulled up. Yeah, he left and she walked onto property. And then she actually dove back onto property.
And nobody left from the passenger side. I don't know if nobody.
Yeah.
There's a footage of Stefan leaving with apparently is Madeline in the car, but law enforcement said that by the time that happened, they believe Madeline was already deceased.
Attention zone 412, commercial audible, Charlie's, Billy Steak, 5908 South Orange Blossom Trail, 5908 South Orange Blossom Trail, negative responders indicating back door, code 3, 2227.
She's at Olivia's choir class.
Oh, seriously?
Mm-hmm. And
you know who I keep thinking of? Is Jenny Dulcimer? Remember Jenny? Do you know
what happened?
How she basically ran away with her boyfriend.
Yes, I remember.
I guess she left.
So she's still sitting there.
at home.
Aventura, what's the other?
What they were saying, right? She left her phone on to me. It's like, that feels intentional. You know? Like, I don't want to be tracked.
Where's the video in Spanish? Let's see if I can find it. Give me 1 second.
What time is it right now there? 8:55 already?
Yeah, just about. No, is it 8:55? Yeah, just about 8:55.
So when does school start? Like 9:20?
Yeah, like usually Olivia leaves here at around 9. She walks 9:05, 9:10. They have to be there before 9:30. That's when the first bell rings, yeah.
Oh, it's 8:51 actually. So we still.
I'm gonna try bumping it up like 10 minutes to see if she's still there. Yeah.
So,
I can only find TikToks. I'm trying to find a YouTube video.
Oh, wait.
There is a person.
A person getting out of the car. Out from...
Here's a recap of the interview. I think there's like interviews on TikTok. Let's see, deep dive. The interview was by Telemundo and 3 days into her disappearance. I know this is old news, but just in case someone was curious and can't speak Spanish. 1. Mother worked on Sunday, was too tired to take Madeline to school. The interviewer asked her if that was a daily routine, and she said no. The mother took her to school every morning. Number 2. Apparently, Stephen Sturz no longer lived in the home. Grandmother mentioned that he specifically drove down for Madeline's birthday. And I think I remember hearing people say that Madeline's family members thought it was weird that he showed up at the birthday party. Number 3, she was asked if she believed Madeline ran away. She said, I don't think she would do that. She was a girl with a lot of fears to the point where she didn't sleep alone. I don't think she would ever run away from home. And I wonder why she didn't want to sleep alone. Number 4, she seemed so happy at her birthday party, spent time with 2 of her friends, socialized with them, and family, taking photos, laughing, enjoying her birthday. 5, grandmother did say she was fearful for Madeline's safety every day that she passes. She loses hope she believes Madeline was abducted. She also mentions the church video. So sad.
Kid.
3406.
we're getting in that car.
Therefore, 6, I tried calling back your complaint and it went to voicemail times 2.
Let's see, a minute.
Are you 10-4?
Oh, wait.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to J is for Justice. It's in Spanish. And it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her for us.
Oh, cool. This YouTube channel, just shout out to them. J for Justice?
Let's take a listen to Madeline's grandma. But my daughter worked the night before, Sunday, and it seems she woke very tired and asked the boyfriend to bring her, Maddie, to her. That's the last we know. Is it common for him to pick the girl up? Was it part of the routine? No, it was always my daughter. In the church footage, you can see a girl with a green sweater. She sits in the parking lot and waits. Minutes later, she gets up and heads towards the school. That's the last we know of her. And every day that goes by is worse.
Yeah, it might be like a different girl. If only we had ever heard to translate directly from Spain. Can you get in touch with her, Rain? Hit up Elaine for me.
Because one loses hope. After almost 3 days of disappearing, we don't know what else to do. My thoughts are that someone's took her away. I wish we had more from the grandma. This is all I could find.
Oh, okay. That's all that we got.
2230.
That was Marcella.
Possibly still there. Let's see.
Oh, you were doing yard work? We have this shitty avocado tree that just sheds like crazy. Oh my goodness. I want to just get rid of him. I hate him so much. He makes avocados, but his avocados is rubbery because I don't know how to take care of him. And not only that, all the little animals, little critters, they get to all the avocados before we do anyways. I have squirrels in my backyard, okay? LA squirrels that just eats avocados. It's so funny. They're just like running around trying to hold this like big ass like avocado thing.
2055. Just there, 2055. She's had it for a while.
I wonder where the family stands now with Jen Soto. I wonder if they support her or if they also kind of have red flags. Like, this is kind of sus. Is she involved?
She's waiting for somebody.
That's Michelle that just pulled in, so we're getting closer to 9 o'clock.
There's 2 minutes too.
She's still there. So when
Like,
Michelle's...
let's say she was going to school, she would have been till like 9:05 or something, right?
Yeah, that's when Olivia leaves here. She stays here until like 9
No, she's
or
gone
5.
by 9.
She's gone by 9.
So let me see, 2000, right? Yep, 9 o'clock. So she leaves sometime within 2059.
I wish we could see what they're saying.
And that's recorded. Let me see. Bring it back. 2058.
Hey, Thunder Snow, you're barely late. You're barely late.
Up. She's walking.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah, I wonder if this is the church footage that they're looking at, and they initially thought it was Madeline Soto, but it was actually someone else.
walked away.
Towards the school.
Yeah, this has to be the church thing.
Yeah, she's on property by 2059.
So nobody picked her up.
No, nobody picked her up. Alright, cool.
Well, you did. You said you...
Dress in a hat.
What if Jen tried to throw the cops off and dress like Maddie for the camera, like she was walking to school, but they knew it would be too blurry? I don't know. Because they never mentioned the church video again, or, you know, maybe we'll hear about it. Okay, last one.
Alrighty, thank you guys. I got that on my video, so I'll get that to the detectives. Again, thank you. I'm just gonna put the school, the church, as the place that she was last seen. Detectives might be out here, come talk to you guys. You might see a private number or like Orange County number. So that's probably one of them trying to contact you guys through the business line. All right? All right, thank you guys again.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, see you again. I hope I see you guys, but on better circumstances. Hey. So, it's possible that she came here and sat in the parking lot for a while.
I think this is the aunt, because I think the aunt talked about Madeline being at the church.
Okay, it's blurry video, but it looks like a adolescent child sitting right there, and she's hitting. The people here said that they were adamant they seen her on the property, but like I said, it's a blurry video, and I don't see her getting into anybody's car in the video. I see her sitting on property for give or take 10 minutes, and then walking off property. I don't know which way she went from there. Around, like, I'll say...
Is there any way I can see so I can confirm it?
It's really blurry. It's like there's no possible way. You can ask them to see if they could allow you to see the video. I can't really grant that for you, and just have them see if they have them. But yeah, I had her sitting there, and then she walked right off property. I'm gonna send that to my detectives, see what they can do with that, and get more video.
There's no cameras like that show the bridge or anything?
No. Yeah. So, yeah, I told your cousins earlier that over there in the other property have cameras. So, Urbana. So, we're gonna try to contact them and see if we can get those videos as well. But other than that, yeah, I've been asking your cousins to see if they knew any spots. Do you know any spots that she probably hang out at? That she doesn't want to tell her mom or dad?
She
Well, the address that I gave you, she never goes here in her
Yeah.
because we do have like family friends that live, but she never goes there. And if she did, they would have said something right away. The lady who lives or works at the office already said. She would have said something right away, but no, I don't think she would have gone there. I don't know if she knows anyone around here.
Dude, I hope they release the interrogation video where he initially was being compliant with law enforcement, but then he told them, oh, I may have accidentally factory reset my cell phone. The day that she went missing.
I only know that one friend that we told you about, but she comes to my house all the time. And then yesterday we met a new one. I know her name's Emily. We also gave her information. That's the only two people I've ever met that she's friends with.
That one, okay. Yeah.
I have no idea. We checked her phone. I didn't see any like
Crazy stuff.
crazy messages.
Me neither, yeah.
I didn't see her trying to like plan anything with anyone. And I just really don't think she's the type to do that.
Just walk up and leave.
Yeah, I don't see her doing that at all.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know like around this time, it's usually like, you know, they have like school events or something like that. So that's what I was probably saying. She probably told you guys something and...
I don't know. The school, she never showed up for school today.
Yeah.
At all. So I don't know where she could have gone from like here to there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna try to see if I could see if there's any more cameras in the area. See if I can pick up anything else.
Do you guys in contact her mom right away?
Yeah. Once we get any news or anything like that, the detective more than likely contact her, or I would contact her and say, hey, you know, that's if we find her tonight, I will contact her more than likely. If not, a detective will contact her first thing. Okay. Any questions for me? Anything you need to know? No. All right. No problem. All right.
Have a good one.
You know how there's always a meme of my dog ate my homework, and that's an excuse that teachers would never believe? My dog actually ate my homework once, and I was too scared to tell my teacher that because I didn't want her to think that I made it up. So I was too scared to say anything, so I was just like, oh, I didn't do my homework. But it's like, I did do my homework with a fucking dog. Fuck that shit up.
You too.
There's like a car pulled up.
Yeah,
All right, so that's Stephen Stearns right there. Everything about that case just makes my just makes my skin crawl. So they did finally charge him with murder, and I don't know if it's really going to happen because it seems like it's way too soon. It's probably going to get pushed back. But currently, jury trial is set for July, which is like next month. So I know they have a lot of evidence against him with the possession of all the stuff that he has. But in terms of the murder stuff, yeah, that hasn't really been released to the public at this point. But it seems like things are really moving along here. Yeah, they have a jury trial set for next month. Pre-trial set for July 10. Man, I would love to see the interrogation videos. And then I want to know what's going to happen with Jen. I hope Jen Soto, if she is involved, I hope she doesn't get immunity for testifying against Stephen Stearns. Ugh, gosh. Anyways. Yeah, it's weird that happened to be a kid sitting there then walking towards the school. Jen looks like a kid. It's a reach. But yeah, it seems like the church says there aren't kids there often. My dog ate my phone when he was a pup. What kind of phone was it? I don't know, Swedish Ranger. It depends on how you deliver it. It could be creepy or it could just be a compliment, right? We had a fire in our school. We said our grandparents and my social studies book was in the house with my homework. My teacher didn't believe me till my mom didn't know it. Lol. Yikes. Will Stefan hire Brian Koberger to help with this alibi? Oh, God. The Koberger stuff is... I don't know what's going on with that case. I've listened to about like halfway through the hearing that happened last week, and I'm not done with it yet, but it's kind of interesting. I don't know. It seems like they might not have all the data to actually prove that Koberger went a certain route, but they just assumed he did. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, the FBI was involved as well, but now it seems like the FBI doesn't want to be involved in any of this. I'm just super confused. If only they had the DP law back then, he would have been on DP for sex crimes alone. Sickle Stearns. All right, y'all. So let's switch gears over here. We're going to head on over to Canton, Massachusetts, with Miss Karen Reed, who's on trial right now. So, I guess we're going to have to hear from a lot of law enforcement testimonies. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate the person that responded to me in Discord. So we have a bunch of law enforcement stuff, crime lab, blah, 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 blah. All right. I don't know. I just feel like Mr. Lolly spent a lot of time. He spent a lot of time side questing, you know, instead of focusing on the main quest, which is proving Karen Reed committed the murders. But instead of doing that, he's been doing all this like side quests, you know, trying to prove that the people that are being accused are not involved in the murder. But maybe now we're finally going to get to Karen Reed. I don't know. I feel like it's just been kind of like meandering, a little bit of a mess all over the place. But maybe there is an explanation to the madness that Mr. Lolly is employing. Maybe at the end of the trial, we'll be like, oh my God, Mr. Lolly did actually a good job. Brian's alibi is the stupidest excuse I've ever heard in a case. They can't have a jury trial and a pretrial afterwards. Wait, sorry, what are you talking about? Did I say it incorrectly? The pretrial happens first, and then the jury trial happens afterwards. All right, so where are we at? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if we can zoom through Karen Reed stuff. Catch up. This is from yesterday's, by the way. Today was no court day for Karen Reed trial. Tomorrow, I think they're having a full day. And then Thursday's a half day. And then Friday, no court. Ugh. Hi, Britt. How are you doing today? How's it going? That would piss me off if he finally got to the point at the very end of his argument. Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like it would have been good to focus on Karen Reed, the evidence that supports, you know, that she committed the murder, and then afterwards get into the, you know, all the defense's theory, right? But I feel like he's trying to clean up all the defense's theory now and then get to Karen Reed later. The trial would never be over with. Here's what I've heard. I read this in an article yesterday. Commonwealth they had planned on calling 70 witnesses. We're about 50 witnesses so far, so they have about 20 more to go. Defense, I think, planned to call 50 witnesses, and 20 of them have already been called by the Commonwealth, I think. Shoot, I might have jacked up those numbers, something like that. So, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there, okay? We're more than halfway through with the witnesses, maybe, depending on how some witnesses, how long they're going to testify for. All right, y'all, let's jump into Karen Reed. So if you guys weren't here earlier, we briefly talked about Brian Landrie. There's been some new stuff released about him. Even the Petito family, they didn't even know about it. And then we talked briefly about Rebecca Grossman. Her sentencing is next week. She wanted to have a new trial. The judge denied that today, or was it yesterday? And then we talked about the Madeline Soto body cam footages. Talked about Jen Soto, the mother, what we think about her. We know what we think about the boyfriend. But the mom, I don't know. I find the mom so frustrating, but it could just be because I'm like, I don't know, I'm getting more emotional about this case, if anything. And then also, we're going to cover Karen Reed trial right now. So, yep, let's hop into Karen Reed. If you guys are just joining us, if you guys want to listen to all the other stuff, just feel free to rewind or just watch it later on. Rebuttal during autocorrect. Sorry, what did it say? Oh, and then we're all still wondering. I mean, it seems like Mr. Lolly is going to call Mr. Proctor to testify in the stand, according to his opening statement. But it seems like we're all kind of wondering, is Mr. Proctor going to be called or not? I read this article that it's possible that Proctor could also not testify either for the state or the defense because he could just, I guess, like, claim his Fifth Amendment right. So he might even testify? No, I'm like, if we don't hear from the lead detective, the jury doesn't hear from the lead detective. It'll be very, very confusing. Today, if your dog eats your homework, you can film it and show your teacher for proof. Kids today have it easy. I don't know, man. I don't know if kids have it easy nowadays. I feel like back then, life was so much more simpler. Now with social media, I can't imagine being a kid with social media. Because when I was a kid, you know, when I would like look at people that I thought were pretty or people that I wanted to look up to, it would be like magazines at the booth, and then they cost money. It was like, what, $2 to buy a magazine? We didn't have money for that. But now it's like endless on like social media and stuff like that. Because for me, like back then I would look at like MySpace, I would look like Zanga, you know, but now it's like you have like Instagram, you know, you have like TikTok and like, I don't know. That would really fuck with me as a teen girl. All right, sorry, y'all.
When you're listening to testimony. All right, Mr. Lally, who's your first witness?
Call off with call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to stand.
Okay.
Kevin O'Hara. This is day 19, right?
We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
And how long have you been signed that thing?
Since 2014.
Mr. Lally, can you get closer to your microphone, please?
Were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, I was, sir.
And at some point in the afternoon on that day, we were contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully.
The Brian Landrie stuff is at the beginning.
Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call.
Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him? Were you familiar with what units he supervises?
Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit.
If you could describe to the jury sort of process by which your particular unit is activated. Is that an instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. We had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on
all the sniffing and heavy breathing, it's allergy season.
the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel, who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
So that initial call that you received about 2:32 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And the weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
And as far as that initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what anything to say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation in the town of Canton.
Wow, if only the state police intervened earlier. Oh my goodness, when there was only, 6 inches of snow? They waited like hours later. And at that point, there was already a blizzard happening where people were getting so many inches of snow. Like, I don't know. I just wonder, where was the disconnect? Where was the disconnect in delivering the response, delivering the message that, hey, John O'Keefe has been declared dead. Y'all need to come down here right now to investigate this.
He was looking for assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that initial phone?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond, and that I would start working on the approval process. Looking out my own window, I had been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on a response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him because I was getting nervous. And now that my driveway was cleared, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was that you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45 because we sent out an alert to our team at
Oh no, the red plastic cups. That was Canton PD. Hello, little mystery. How are you doing today?
3:48, telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
And as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far as the response and who's responding, how you were able to sort of pull together on the response?
What is Mr. Lally doing? Can you get close to the microphone, please?
So CERT's broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions, to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53, requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, where did you eventually respond to?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, your response from your higher-ups, what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to this point?
But I don't know. Maybe this is typical in law enforcement. Let's say you have someone that was a hit and run and they weren't declared dead yet. And it wasn't until hours later they were declared dead. Or I think in this case, John O'Keefe was declared dead like an hour afterwards, an hour and like 15 or 20 minutes afterwards when they found him. If it does take a while to get the engines running and to get people to actually come to the scene and investigate and collect evidence and all that stuff, like maybe that is a common thing where there's a delay. Maybe it's really busy. They have other things happening, going on. I don't know.
Well, like I said, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56, so it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that location, you came about how, absent sort of weather, how long you drive was that moment?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of your unit were able to respond to the front of the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which should kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
What about the leaf blower?
And,
sorry, the leaf blower is way before this. So before they arrive, we had the leaf blower people, we had the red cups, we had the paper bag, and was there anything else? Yeah. Yeah, that was all like Canton PD within the couple hours that John O'Keefe was found. This is another set of people.
Getting that, when you first arrived on scene, I think anyone else sees your arrival. Who was on scene with that?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper Jay Boussolet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us?
Yes, sir. It's Trooper Jason Boussolet. It's B-E-A-U-S-O-L-E-I-L.
Thank you.
Well,
Boussolet.
And when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, or where was Trooper Boussolet in relation to the house?
Trooper Boussolet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Boussolet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving.
Oh yeah, was there jury drama? I thought I heard about jury drama. I wasn't sure what's happening though. Beverly Canoni. That's judge's name.
And PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of, and as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, from the house that you see outside of the house at any point in time?
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene. But that was the only person we saw.
And exited came down to where you were, or where did that?
No, he was. If you look at the house, you would consider 2 front doors. One closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door and hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and we walked back inside the house.
Now,
that's Brian
as far
Albert.
As mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were at, what if anything did you know or observe in regards to the roadway and how it had been treated the plow part of the plow?
The plow really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road, so maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared. Cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene around 5, at some point did he, with anything, where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, what if any experience did you have doing this type of searching?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
Now, as far as the search.
So this is another, a second law enforcement who has said this, because there was another law enforcement who testified at the beginning of the trial was like, oh, I've never really processed a crime scene in a snowstorm before. And he's saying the same thing. He's never really collected evidence in a blizzard before.
That your team does, if you could.
Really?
But the typical or not typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state.
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first person to search an area.
And can you describe sort of, the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things like that?
I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies, so we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be, you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as far as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any sort of methodical approach developed, or what did you employ in this particular?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had
I know this was said a lot in the beginning of the trial before we heard testimonies that no law enforcement went inside the house at all. But there has been law enforcement that did go inside the house. But they didn't search the house. They went inside the house to talk to the Albert family and the McCabe's. Now, the issue with that was, they didn't really separate the witnesses. They kind of talked to them in a group or like they're within earshot of each other. But there were at least 2 that I remember that went into the house after John O'Keefe was taken to the hospital.
starting point and an end point.
But they didn't do like a search or any of that stuff. I remember they said that they didn't have probable cause to do that, but they didn't even try to file something with the judge. So that could be an issue right there. It's like, oh, you didn't even try?
And so all the members got on scene. We set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
About how big an area was it that you initially sort of south?
It was just over 50 feet, I believe, from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
As far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area was it?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what anything was in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little bit confused about, because this guy's saying that, like, oh, we do search and rescue stuff. We have extensive training in that. Because I thought it was the state police is the one that processed the crime scenes and stuff like that, right? When did they get involved? Because it seems like he just does search and rescue.
Items.
And so at some point,
so I'm a little confused. Was it just like, oh, we're just trying to get whoever we can to come help with the scene? Because, like, there's a blizzard. We just need help with this.
By a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
Oh, no, Mr. Lally. Did you screw up in your opening statements? It seems like he came at the scene at 4:56. He was asked to find a sneaker and some other items. But I could have sworn Lally said that the sneaker was found 4 hours after. Did I remember that incorrectly? I could have sworn Lally said the sneaker and the taillight was found 4 hours after.
length or width?
That is length.
As far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area was it?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what anything was in relation to?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And so at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we found 1 or 2 of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if he knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point,
yeah, because the vehicle showed up at Canton PD, I think around like 5 to 6 p.m.
Any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as the right certain items. Can you describe for the jury sort of the process, what kind of tools or implements you use, and sort of how that sort of.
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
You mentioned sort of headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you were searching. What was the visibility and what was the lighting conditions around that area at that time?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, we had decent visibility.
When you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
It remained dark while you saw on scene?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, was it Proctor?
p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
Oh, was it dark out there when he arrived at 4:53?
It remained dark while you saw on scene?
Yes, sir.
In the area that you were looking Your testimony, there wasn't much overhead, so maybe a lighting or street lighting at 6:20.
Nothing that really helped the search.
So the area that you were searching was an area of the fire, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to assist with snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front wall?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there.
Nicole, does that happen today or is that a different day?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily searching or entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point, did you, through the course of shoveling and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he did started to clear some of the grass on the front lawn, yes, sir.
What any issues did you encounter when you got to the grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving.
Oh, he says through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items they locate is the sneaker where Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital. He's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that body. They find various pieces of taillight. Okay, so he said sort of in that afternoon. I don't know why I thought 4 hours afterwards. Sort of in the afternoon.
Moving, even with the push broom and the rake, it was very difficult to definitively say we'd cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
Now, you referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow industry, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene, is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts, but because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so to that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, with anyone else present during the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police. I'm not sure who the other 3 were. They were camp detectives or camp patrolmen, but they were all trusted.
Oh, okay, so state police was there as well.
So, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to that?
Who the other 3 were. They were such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so to that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, with anyone else present during the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police. I'm not sure who the other 3 were. They were camp detectives or camp patrolmen, but they were all dressed in, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to that?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
As far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, they were, sir.
And the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to when anyone was touching them or moving them or placing them, other than it was sort of related to search efforts?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
And in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you and your team locate?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you assessed?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that you covered, you know approximately how many pieces of that were able to locate on that day?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small were they? Did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were covered during the search process, what any other items did were located?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located in reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to pieces of clear red plastic?
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through? And by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you're talking about, whether the sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb, as we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area?
So is it possible that initially when Canton PD were doing their leaf blowers, they didn't find shit because most of the stuff was on the street and it had been plowed and packed towards the curb? And that's why the taillight pieces weren't found initially?
Where you were finding that?
No, we did not see anything. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
I'm so confused. Was it found in the plow snow or the fresh snow? Let's go back.
Each of the items of evidence that you were talking about, whether the sneaker or the red clear plastic, where were they in relation to snow that you were digging into, and where were they in relation to the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb, as we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were finding that?
No, we did not see anything. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
I don't know. Hold on.
We did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of?
Because if the stuff was found underneath of the packed snow where the plow had gone through, that could make sense why was it initially found with the leaf blower. If they had plowed the streets before 6 a.m., I guess.
How that line was set up, what were the different functions of the different parts of the line, where were you were
So like I said, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in the shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area. What was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn, so probably 8, maybe 18 inches of snow.
And so as far as this search was concerned, about how long a period of time was it that you were on scene, as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Boussalet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
As far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet, without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with weather conditions and everything that had gone on to locate that one, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of situation of search that's available?
I told Lieutenant Tully, and we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said if you want us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that Was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
You mentioned troopers Buchanan and Proctor, or you received information that they were following the vehicle to the station. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
Question: would a trail of blood and snow disappear as the snow melts away? I'm trying to rule out the dog attacks theory. Would the trail of blood disappear as the snow melts away? You mean like on the lawn? Yeah, I would assume so, because the snow starts melting, the blood would just melt into the grass or into the street. Yes, I think so.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor in the area of critical therapy the entire time you were there?
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you mentioned around, they were not, correct?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific?
Did you do a better job at securing the evidence?
We don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for a crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we continue to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
So once we get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant Tully directing your search efforts in any way, shape, or form?
He is not, no.
And is that typical as far as how the searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
So in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document this?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe during that process as far as mapping is concerned, so how the positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that?
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but
do we get to see a map of that?
He was able to stamp 3 of the items, so 3 pieces of the tail light, but as he was marking those items on his GPS, they kept, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other, so he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if we were to mark all the pieces we located.
I'll use the bathroom. Give me a second. Ooh, napping corgi.
So with respect to the 3 pieces of taillight that were marked on an item, excuse me, were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
Yes.
Actually, if there was a when did Proctor when was the first time Proctor went to 34 Fairview? I think it was they were at the Asian's house. No, I didn't find that to be offensive. I thought it was a descriptor. I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal. I mean, the correct way would be Asian people, but sometimes when people are speaking non-formally with friends, I mean, you kind of just go straight to the point, right? Now, if they're like, oh, they're at the yellow people's house, okay, that's pretty fucking weird. Or if they're like, oh, it's at the chink's house, okay, that's pretty fucking weird. But Asian, I don't know, I didn't think it was a big deal.
Nice. What's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
But if that was used like in a formal setting, like if you were in a workplace and you said it like that, yeah, that's kind of weird. But I mean, it was just non-formal between friends, close family members, whatever. I don't know. I was like, whatever.
Going to call to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Yannetti?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do we get a satellite mapping GPS? What do we get? What do we get? Oh God, they're marking the exhibits.
For you, that was you have as exhibit.
Oh, hi. What's this?
Lieutenant O'Hara.
Jeez.
Lieutenant O'Hara, would you have up on the screen for you? That was you have as exhibit 134. I'm sorry, 111.
Hold on, might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe the jury, if you got made a point, what if anything is
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
And sir, this coming, if you could zoom back out a little.
Wait, this is the flagpole. What is the yard right here? And the street's like over here? Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm like, what are we looking at? Thank you.
Now, as far as when you're conducting the search and when the actual searching process is ongoing, what's the weather doing while you were doing it?
Yes, because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing? Is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
As far as the wind was concerned, what any impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you conducted?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on the top.
Okay.
And then, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
It's sort of a different perspective of the same area that you were talking about in the last photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the taillight that you were referring to. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Or just get a microphone.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
Again, a close-up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up by one of the team members' shovels, and as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching
Ah, that makes sense. Okay, so they shoveled it and they flipped it over.
through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
Yeah. So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this.
Oh my God! Turn off the air conditioning. You see how small and cozy that courtroom is, and how many people are in there. Holy shit! If I was a juror and I heard turn off the air conditioning, I'd be like, oh my fucking God! Please no! Please no! Please no! Please no!
We can't hear you at all.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you.
Can we just give a microphone?
So, what'd you get?
Yes, please.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you as next?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe the jury what we're looking at.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered, and again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel, and again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
And the next photograph.
The judge and the jury can't hear, but we can hear. Yes.
This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it? How big it was?
I guess a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
And it's going to like that next photograph. And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is particular, what if anything is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line or through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar size item that we're looking for, and we'll space out because this was such a condensed search area.
I don't know what I'm looking at. So he said that. Let me go back a little bit. So this is the moldings of, or can you see my mouse? Sorry. This is the moldings of a shovel. You know how like when you have a shovel, sometimes there's like little like ridges in the shovel. So this is where this entire chunk was shoveled, right? And then they flipped it over, and that's where they found the taillight piece. So that's why it looks like that. And that's a red taillight piece. He says a couple inches, but he didn't measure it, so he doesn't know.
Let's just take it to what anything is significant to observe in this one.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar size item that we're looking for, and we'll space out because this was such a condensed search area. We just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they search through the area.
And the next photograph is from. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at, what anything of significance you observe in this one.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And as far as the area of the curving that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
Oh, is that the sneaker? Oh, it is a sneaker.
It's flush up against the curb.
Yeah, I'm sorry, using the laser.
I apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curb.
Oh, it's like shove up against the curb. Because I think when they were doing the leaf blower thing, they were leaf blowing. When they were processing the crime scene with the leaf blower, I think they were leaf blowing like around here. And there's a shoe over there.
Curbing right here.
Wait, so where was the taillight found over here, and then it was shoveled up against here? What, if anything, are we sort of looking at? Yes. Okay, there's the sneaker.
This photograph is concerned, what if anything you observe in that photograph?
That's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneaker's in the bottom right down here.
And the next photograph. And again, what if anything we're looking at in this photograph?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Blah, 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 blah. Let me take a picture of this really quick of the tail light. There's a tail light piece with the shovel in the house. House is over there.
On screen, is that what you got?
To speak up.
And the curbing right here.
And the next photograph. And again, what if anything we're looking at in this photograph?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is going. Or the other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Is that sort of in relation to the curve that you described earlier in the testimony?
Yes, sir. You see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. Now, as far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph. And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How it appeared when it was discovered.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph. Next photograph. And sir, in this photograph, if you could use the laser pointer, draw the
taillight piece.
anything of significance you observe.
This is at 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the taillight right here.
And the next photograph. And again, sir, what is depicted in this? 1.6.
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, is that sort of the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
Next photograph, 127. What anything we're looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph is 128. So if you could describe to the jury what is the considered 128?
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
I want to know how deep did they dig in order to find these pieces?
Next photograph, 129. Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what anything of significance you observe.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the fire exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph, 130. What are we looking at?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, it might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph 131. What, if anything, is depicted in 131?
There's a larger piece of red tail light located on the ground in this location.
And next exhibit 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 132?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of tail light right here located on the ground.
But do you guys remember what time? Remember when they did the welfare check on the children at John O'Keefe's house? What time was it again that they arrived on the body cam footage where you could see Karen Reed's car with the missing taillight? Was that around 9 a.m. or was it later? I don't remember. I think it was it around 9ish a.m.?
Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 132?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
So lastly, exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
Yes.
Yes, recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon.
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the...
Thank you.
Hold on, I think I have the picture, but I don't know if I took a picture of the timestamp of the taillight. Let me see what I have. Because I remember when we saw it, it definitely looked like it was missing. Oh, boo. I don't think I took a picture of the timestamp. Yeah, here's what I have. Ooh, what is this? All this AI stuff. Give me a second. So this is when they did the welfare check and they pulled up. I don't know why it looks fucking orange. Okay, it looks fucking weird. But you can see right here, there is a chunkling of missing taillight right there. What I want to know is, what time was this again? I don't remember.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to one in each succession to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, would you have for you the first diagram 135? So let's stop on the screen.
It wasn't missing. That was snow. Didn't has covered. The fuck is this? It was snow. Didn't has covered it. It was missing some red, but not as much as they have you to believe. I think the snowdrift made it look like it was missing.
Yes, it is, sir.
You mentioned something earlier in the testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay.
You can give it another go if you want to.
Yes, system, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram.
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with the receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular diagram.
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker, you'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cameron, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen is that what you have before you exit 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read, so we removed the taillight pieces.
1 second.
So now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. Again, we started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Oh no, what happened at work today?
If you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 and 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value? Is that correct?
Correct. We'd gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
8 to 10
So
feet,
just using
okay.
that laser pointer, if you could direct his attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was it from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street, so down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thanks. Your Honor, may I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, sorry, conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, let me ask you this, as far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'd be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection had wound up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories.
But sometimes the reporter sucks. So I like what the defense has. The defense has like a little circle spotlight and then it like blacks out everything else. So you know exactly where they're pointing at. Hello, good guy. How's it going? How are you doing today?
Rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last 2, I think, is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just from the experience we have in searching.
So was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion, in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so we have people from the search and rescue team. He said that there were probably 2 others that worked for the state police and some detectives maybe. Were any of those other people CSI? Or was CSI not able to make it because the blizzard was so bad? Like, what happened here?
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is?
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2.
I just got new glasses and I'm like so not used to it. It feels like I'm drunk right now.
2:32 p.m. that you would...
The wellness check for the O'Keefes was 8/22/52. Thank you. So yeah, so if at 8/22 when they did the, I don't know. Okay, at 8/22 when they did the wellness check, you see that there's already a chunk of the taillight already missing. Proctor or whoever it is that planted it would have to go to Karen Reed's house and then take a chunkling of that taillight and then plant it at the scene. But we all know that there's surveillance footage at John O'Keefe's house. So wouldn't there be Michael Proctor or whoever it was on the surveillance footage at John O'Keefe's house that would take a chunk of Karen Reed's taillight?
Would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Corn Pope. Wait, Corn Pope, do you have the link of, did you go back to a testimony or something like that? Can you link it to me, actually?
He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send out formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, Snow had...
Well, that would be very important, too, Jen McCabe. How long was Jen McCabe at the Albert family home? Because it seems like she was at the Albert family home, and then people started arriving. Her husband arrived. I don't know. I guess I have to go back and look at Jen McCabe's timeline as well. But like I said, it would be on John O'Keefe's surveillance footage.
Had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It wasn't my house.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that time, right?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right.
Oh, it's not letting you send a link. Oh, did I have that set up? Oh, God. Do we have permissions here? Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, no. Sorry. My browser is. Hold on a second. I can't even type in my own chat right now. My browser's not happy that I'm loading transcripts from an 8-hour stream. And I think Google Chrome is going into haywire right now.
Now, you were aware.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I need to go back.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir. I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew Norfolk County State Tully, who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk.
Or sorry, I guess Corn Pope. What did you refer back to? I could just look it up myself. And what timestamp? Thank you. If you still have it up. If you don't worry.
Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is?
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
Okay. So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now,
But he just called to give a heads up, I think.
by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It wasn't my house.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that time,
Correct,
right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms?
Don't worry about it, Corn Pope. You can just tell me where you found it, and I can just look it up myself. Usually there's a way for me to give permissions for people to post links, but I don't know how to do it on YouTube. I don't know. I can try it. Let's see. I know that's a Twitch thing, but I don't know if I ever activated that on YouTube.
The working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation is concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
Right. Is it important?
Proctor had it for a full 90 minutes accounted for before they logged it, but that was way after the welfare check, right? Because I'm focusing on the timeline of the welfare check right now. Because Karen Reed's car, they brought Karen Reed's car back to John O'Keefe's house when Carrie, Jen McCabe, and Karen Reed went back to find John O'Keefe to see if it was like hidden in a nook or in a closet somewhere, right? And her car was left there. They left from John O'Keefe's home to 34 Fairview with Carrie Roberts' car. So that means Karen Reed's car was there the entire time and probably there until the welfare check happened. So on his surveillance footage, you would see someone going onto the property and taking a chunk of the taillight piece.
To maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched?
Because initially, like, let's say if in the welfare check, if the taillight piece was not missing, then it's like, okay, the taillight piece was still there. Maybe it was like half dangling or something. And then at some point, someone like Proctor or Jen McCabe went there and took the already cracked taillight piece and then maybe planted into the yard. But in the welfare check, you could see the chunk that was already missing. I don't know. That part, I have an issue with that part, I guess. Unless you guys can help me wrestle with that.
Or process?
I know, right? They need to put Proctor on. Put him on. Put him on. The part of the light was intact in O'Keefe's dash cam at 5 a.m. Have we seen that in the trial yet?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure, no, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Oh, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be.
Because remember, when the car arrived with the women, the camera recorded all of that. So the car was parked where the driveway was. So if someone walked in front of the driveway and towards the car, that would have been captured by the camera. Unless there was a glitch, and if it is motion activated only and it didn't capture that. But that's like a whole ass human being walking across the driveway to take a chunk of the headlight or the taillight. Oh, it's a defense video? Okay. I might have seen it already in the news then, where Karen Reed backed up and then like tapped John O'Keefe's car, right? And then drove off. Is that the one? I didn't pay attention to the taillight. I only paid attention to whether or not she hit John O'Keefe's car.
Be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would. Please just respond.
What my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize for the objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Ms. Giannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
Oh, is this the one? Hold on. Let's see.
Was the girlfriend of the victim.
Let me see if I can find it. I think it's here. Oh, this is where Chanley Painter used to work for Court TV. She's at Fox now. Oh, is this it right here? Okay, let's look.
This video, 5 a.m., a little bit before 5 a.m., Ring camera video from the victim's home where his girlfriend, Reed, was staying the night. So this is what the video, here it is, Minnie. So she's pulling out in the black SUV.
Is this the video?
SUV. Okay. And that's the victim's SUV parked. And the defense says that she makes contact, hits the victim's SUV right there, damaging that back right passenger side tail light. And they also claim you can see, the victim's SUV move, indicating that there was a collision. And then as she pulls away,
it looks like it's missing right there. So, oh God, let's go back to the other picture. Hold on. It looks white, but give me a second. Anyone here have a Lexus? Let's do a test. Hold on, I'm trying to open this fucking screenshot, but my computer is going haywire right now because Google Chrome is taking up way too much memory. Open screenshot, please. Because that to me right here, see right there? That looks white to me. Oh, okay, I can't open my, hold on. I think I need to clear some stuff off my computer, maybe? Chrome. I need to stop using Google Chrome, maybe. Give me a second, guys. May 7, May 8, May 11. I think I could delete this footage. Hold on a second. Okay, now let's go to the, because you know how sometimes in your tail light, you do have like white pieces as well. So I don't know if that's supposed to be a white piece or if it's a missing red piece tail light. I can't really tell. Oh my God, my shit's not working. Wait. Oh, it's open. Oh, just kidding. I'm an idiot. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. This is the part that is missing right here. I mean, it kind of looks like it's the same, no? There's some red on the edges right here. But then I would have to see the side view of Karen Reed's car. What's the make and model and year of this of her car? It looks like the taillight piece is already missing right here. Right here definitely looks red, but right here to me it looks clear to me. Right? If you were to put it side by side, is there a way I can rotate this? Oh, no, just I was gonna try to rotate this picture. All right.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
Allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit?
Correct, sir.
Postal A?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point?
Oh, the Sallyport pics. Okay, I don't have the Sallyport pics. Do y'all have a... Do you guys... Where was the Sallyport pics again, or do they not have that? Is that the one where there was a... They were taking pictures of the bag? Oh, okay. No. The light was broken at 5 a.m., but not as bad as how it arrived at the Sallyport. The video hasn't been shown yet. Her light is broken then, but there's still loads of red. But the Sallyport pic shows 0. I guess the other thing would be, so right here, it shows her backing up to John O'Keefe's car, right?
So she's pulling out.
So she's backing it up. This would have been when the chunk of the taillight piece fell out, right? So the car gets hit. You can see it jiggle right there. But here's another issue. If you look very closely, so at this point, the taillight piece is already gone. There is no red taillight piece right here. So we see clear right there, but there's no taillight piece here, unless... I know it's like really shitty conditions, but I don't see any red taillight piece, because this would have been where it fell off, right? Yeah, I have to look at the Sallyport image. If you guys are in my Discord, can you guys post the Sallyport image? Now I'm very interested to see that. I don't know if I took a picture of it. Did I might have taken a screenshot. Let me check my desktop really quick. But if you guys have an image of it, can you post it in my Discord?
Correct?
There was not.
Give me a second.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for...
Oh, I have this picture, actually. Hold on. I have this picture of the Sallyport. Hello? Open? Oh, it's not fucking opening. My computer hates me today. Did I save this? This is the did I save the shoe? I only have one picture of the Sallyport. I want to see the side view of her car. I only have the view of the back of the car, not the side view. Come on, open the fucking picture. So this is what I have for the Sallyport. Is there another image? Because it looks the same as what we saw in the ring footage, and it looks the same as this one as well. Shoot, where'd it go? When she was backing up into this one, it looks the same. Is there another image you guys are talking about? Like that right here looks the same as this right here. And it looks very similar to the ring footage. You have an enhanced video? Ooh, can you post it in my Discord, please? Thank you.
For us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we...
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility too, that the red taillight piece would have just been shoved into the taillight further. But when she's pulling away, I mean, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, on the ring cam, but when she's pulling away, it looks like it's like there's no red there. It looks like it's just completely gone.
Encounter all the time on our searches. Right. So in this case, is it your testimony then?
Because it can either break and fall into the ground, or it can either just smash in. But if it was smash in, I feel like the whole thing would still be a little bit of a reddish. It just seems like it was just clear.
That the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered? Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thanks, Corn.
All right. Well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct? That was the initial alert, sir. Maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully.
Also, none of the neighbors in 34 Fairview, they don't have any, like, security footage or anything like that? No one?
Correct. That's him calling me. The 2:53 alert is sent out to my full team. Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully. No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team. They were not aware of the circumstances yet. So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert? West Team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway, so I reached out to a West Team supervisor. He sent out that alert. And who was that? That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson. Okay. And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct? That was an availability alert to see who would be available to respond. And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct? Yes, so they would be able to respond. Right. But your team was still not activated at that point, correct? Correct. In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct? Correct, sir. Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct? Correct. It's a voice generator response that will normally duplicate the instructions. So as I listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through. Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct? Correct. So we weren't authorized to respond yet. Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct? Yes, sir. And how far were you from Canton? Normally it would be about a 20-minute ride. All right.
Hold on, let me take, sorry, I just want to post screenshots in the Discord. I posted the pictures onto the Discord if you guys want to take a look at them later. There you go. That way you guys have access to it too.
The blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that? 43 minutes, sir. Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract? The Daily Journal, sir? Yes. Yes, sir. That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal? Yes, sir. All right, I'll call
Even the clear part of the tail light, the clear circular part in evidence pictures, the one that he showed earlier when they found it in the snow, or is this a different part?
The Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct? Yes, that was entered in the Daily Journal. And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir. May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy.
Thanks, Corn.
I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done. All right. Sir. So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct? Yes, it is. And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct? Yes, it is. Both of those have a timestamp, do they not? They do, sir. What is the next entry on that journal? It says CERT activated en route to Canton. Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct? There is not, no. The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability? Correct, sir. So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct? Correct, sir. But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later? It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 p.m. Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
I don't know. I can't really see. I can't really see. So at this point, this is when they're working on removing it. This is them removing it, I guess. And this is a zoomed in version. They already played this in trial, right? So you guys are saying that in this zoomed in, or the Sallyport video, it seems like there's more chunks that are already missing than what was shown in the welfare check. Yeah, I don't know. It's like hard to see. But also, the trunk, I don't know, I could, yeah. And then they put the trunk up at some point. I can't really, yeah, it's like, I can't really tell. I see a little bit of red here, clearer. I don't know. I put them in the Discord. I put in the Discord. This picture, sorry, is that Karen? Which one is Karen Reed's car? The bottom one? Side marker LED. Okay. Protruding external portion of the taillight. Side marker reflector with LED. Notches with side marker, wires in each. Okay. Side marker LED. So the bottom is Karen Reed's car. Notches gone, no wiring, no lights. Where did they get this picture from?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to clarify about that. I know that there was missing footage, and they explained that by saying, oh, it's motion activated. However, when you have a car pulling in, it didn't capture that? Because I'm trying to think with, okay, I don't, when I use my my surveillance cameras, there are times where it doesn't capture motion activated, and it's like a whole ass human walking from the camera. That happens sometimes. But a whole ass car? I don't know. I don't know.
Network, which is our, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was timestamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I reached out, once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved on through our chain of command, and that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he would.
But the this picture right here, so this is what was sent. This is Karen's Reed car in the Sallyport, and this is before they removed the taillight. Because I'm not, even though it's like this gray part right here, like why is it gray like that? It looks like it's like duct tape or something. Is this what a normal Lexus looks like, and this is what Karen Reed's car looks like? I'm a little confused where these pictures are from.
Was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response. Okay, so the several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons.
This whole case has me scratching my head. Yeah, exactly.
Staffing reasons, they know I'm pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through, so whether to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
All right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of...
Oh, it's coming up. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. That helps.
The Norfolk State Police Detective Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet, sir.
But again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier?
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
He showed up at 5:41, and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34th Fairview? You all arrived individually?
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after your team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Oh, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well, I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did not.
Who used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
I mean, it's doing fine in the stand. It's not getting destroyed or anything.
You were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Beausoleil moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now,
Lieutenant Tully, the
What he asked
other
earlier?
officers were, correct?
I only recognize 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
Oh, okay.
Sir.
Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right, so again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right, but in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that
Are they trying to say the other 3 were Canton?
it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, because you testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission, and would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I put it on?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
Final mission report. Is your memory refreshed? 12:30 a.m.
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found. Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir, so I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
Did we get anything else from this witness?
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment. With regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, sir.
And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Yeah, because now I don't know who were the other 3.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
But the answer is yes?
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
I have another question. How the fuck did Tully know how to look for taillight? They didn't have her car until 4 p.m. Maybe it's like common where, you know, if you were to hit and run someone, there are like taillight pieces.
Not for evidence. We've never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But
Maybe it was just an assumption they made.
You've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place, yes, sir.
Yeah, Tully did say to look for taillight in a sneaker.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker.
But I don't think it's weird to assume if someone got hit by a car that you would look for taillight pieces. I feel like that's a possible, that seems like the right inference.
Pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, January 29th and today.
Yes, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area, within a few inches, less than a foot.
Well, the shoe makes sense because they probably saw that John O'Keefe only had one shoe on his foot when he arrived at the hospital.
Correct, sir.
But it could be that too, Caitlin.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole, yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
A moment. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best
This case hurts my head.
that they were close within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate?
Well, you're saying 3 feet. I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS marking, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
Well, I'm just asking questions. All right. So with regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic.
from your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker? There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker. A few feet south of the sneaker? I don't know where you're getting that from, sir. Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming from.
So, Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south?
Did she ignore you? Yes, I remember that. When the judge asked the witnesses questions, she says it's so I don't know, it's so abrupt and so did she ignore you? Okay.
Of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic.
I don't know. I still don't think it's weird that initially I did think it was weird that the Alberts didn't come outside. But then after learning that they were out late, they were drinking a lot, they went to sleep late, they were fucking, whatever. I don't think it was weird that they didn't come out because I think they're just really tired, possibly hungover or something like that. I feel like I would probably sleep through that as well. But what I did think might have been weird was maybe sleeping through a woman screaming. But some people are heavy sleepers, though. Like I said, my sister's a heavy sleeper. She can sleep through anything. There's an alarm that blares in her ear. She can sleep through that. So there are people that are like that. And it's worse when you just drank the night before. And then I was like, well, it's weird if the dog wouldn't the dog be barking at that? And wouldn't they have heard that and thought it was weird or see flashing lights? I don't know. Maybe they slept through all that. But then also, there were people that went to the party that said that the dog didn't bark when the people were over. So maybe the dog doesn't bark at people? I don't know.
Did that happen? I don't know the distance, sir. No. Not without measuring it, but I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that. Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was.
For me, I would not be able to sleep through that because I'm a very light sleeper.
Prior proceeding, did you not?
But I'm good at ignoring if I want to go back to bed, and especially if I drank the night before.
Next question, please.
All right. 3 feet south, black sneaker. A few feet south, clear plastic. And finally, several feet south of that.
It's the butt dials, back and forth, I didn't make those calls. Those are the ones that are really weird to me.
Clear piece of plastic. Was there a second piece of red plastic found several feet south? No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir. Okay. All right. So we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south, clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south, more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct? I don't agree on those distances, no, sir. No, okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct? Correct, sir, they were under snow.
I don't remember digging the Asians. I remember the text said they're at the Asians' house because weren't they looking around the Asians people's house to find evidence, or I don't know if they went to go talk to them. I don't remember the digging part though. I grew up with the German Shepherds. Maybe theirs was a free, but mine always were guard dogs that barked at anything that moved outside or inside. Yeah, that's what I would assume as well. But I mean, I'm just going off what the house guest said that when they were over there for the party, the dog wasn't barking.
Can I have those exhibits, please?
I'm an avid pumpkin dialer. No one remembers, did the dog go outside to use the bathroom in the morning? Oh, I don't remember if they ever mentioned that. I know when law enforcement, when they went inside the house, they didn't see the dog. So it's possible that they just kept the dog locked in the bedroom at that point, maybe. Yeah, but Cordy, when have you ever known a cop to mind their own business, especially when it's but what I'm saying is they could have slept through that. You wouldn't know that there was a cop in front of your lawn if you slept through it, right? However, if at that point you knew that there was people outside, you knew that there was paramedics, if you knew that there was a woman screaming and you ignored that, then yeah, that is really fucking weird. But the other thing I was thinking about was, maybe they just slept through it because they were heavy sleepers and they were drinking, they were tired. That's possible. And then he also made the drive to New York City or something like that the day before with Higgins. I think it's possible. But it's also possible that they also ignored it.
Okay, can I just play exhibit?
All right, Yannetti, what we got? Oh, we're taking a court break? Wait.
Browsing data.
Hold on a second.
Collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct? I believe that's what we found, yes, sir. Would you agree? So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell?
And I think the defense did a really good job at making anything the Alberts said, anything the McCabe said, to look at it with some doubt. Because usually it's like, okay, we have witnesses. We're going to try to rely on what they are, what they remembered, right? What they heard, what they saw, what happened. But because there's been so much buildup about the McCabe's and the Alberts, it's like, when they testify, I'm going to have to take everything they said with a grain of salt, possibly. I'm going to have to listen to other people that have no stake in this case whatsoever, right? So, like, some of the paramedics, some of the law enforcement, some of the experts, some of the, like public workers in here. It's like we have to rely on those more because there might be something funky going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's. So it was, Carrie Roberts, I think, was a pretty decent one. Yeah, I guess like anyone that's like not like super, that's not the Alberts or the McCabe's. It's like everyone else is like, okay, we'll try to rely on their testimonies and see what they said.
Tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to...
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of the search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention.
Yeah, those are the Daybell children, right? It's like Chad Daybell, he didn't want to go up there and testify. So he probably told his children to say what he wants them to say. Yeah.
To 6
I heard about their, I didn't watch their testimonies. I wanted to, but I was busy with other shit. But yeah, I heard about their testimonies.
Dates. And then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates.
Yeah, the I hit him thing was initially when we heard it from paramedics and then one of the law enforcement, it's like, oh, okay, this could look really bad. But I was waiting to hear confirmation from Carrie, or I was waiting to hear confirmation from them putting it in the reports. Yeah, the I hit him thing is like, I'm not really quite sure what to make of it. I was like, okay, well, maybe people are just remembering incorrectly, but the grand takeaway from that was Karen saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. They don't know when she said it or how she said it or whatever, but that's a grand takeaway. But then the issue that I had with that was it not showing up in like some reports, or how some of the witness testimonies were clashing with each other. And then I didn't hear Carrie say that as well.
And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6?
This part of the testimony is pretty huge. Okay.
February 11th and February 18th. Your attention to 6 specific dates. And then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay, redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Sorry, I was texting. Okay, so. Uh-oh. Did they fuck something up?
All right, Ms. Giannetti, you can go back to the podium.
Give me a second.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
So as you
Sorry, I sped this to 2 times speed just so I can get through it. We already heard this part.
testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because they...
Yes, the defense did a really good job at showing that Jen McCabe didn't say it in the grand jury testimony. Lolly did a really bad job at doing the redirect, but I think Lolly in redirect was able to get that Jen McCabe did tell law enforcement the day or the day after about Karen Reed saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. But it was not repeated again in the grand jury thing. So I don't know. That's weird to me too. I'm there with you.
the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to.
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of the search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Oh, these are business days, I think? Or actually, why are we jumping out like this? Just kidding.
Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I'm not sure.
Wait, why is that a big deal? The fact that he didn't come back on those dates to do a search, or that Proctor didn't tell him to come back to do a search on those dates.
Okay, redirect, Mr. Landrie.
What do those dates have to do with anything?
Just briefly on. So, Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
You were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is, or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than that, doesn't get too thorough.
Now, you made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be, and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the
Hey, Rod. How's it going? How are you doing today?
Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how
Oh, Proctor found more pieces on those days. Gotcha. Okay.
you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene?
Correct, sir.
As well as each member of your unit, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay, is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that, is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
TT. All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Hartnett. New
And
witness.
Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate degree? Where did your master's and higher?
Are you referring to battery employee in the CODIS unit?
And what did
Those collections.
Ooh, blood samples, collections?
The crime lab. It took
on as far as that process is
up into modules.
I'm just going to skip through this. Let's get to the juice.
and why this specific proficiency test is required.
He is committed.
Concern, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like. Yeah.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that under the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as the loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which...
Hey, Taxi, there you are. How's it going? How are you doing today? Thanks for the chat and everything you do. Thank you guys for being here and showing up. Thanks for chatting with me.
Is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a 2-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test, and then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a coded, if you've taken a COVID test or pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
Hey, Emperor Zane, what's up? What are you doing today?
Through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with the term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, one to be tested in our DNA unit and one to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself, from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you?
Hold on a second. Let me do. Ooh, hello. Not this one. Not this one. Wait, what is this? Oh gosh, this one maybe. Sorry, I want to have the I want the transcripts up. Ugh, my computer's gonna hate me for this. It doesn't like when I have the transcripts. It's bedtime. We'll have to catch up tomorrow. Slanda, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a good night. What time is it over there? Time check, everyone. What time is it for everyone over there? It's almost 3 p.m. over here. It's lunchtime.
You then examined that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting the work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other. I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
On your own day approach?
Yes.
Yes, I did. Or it appears to be missing some information.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized? It's not contained. Taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Oh, 11 p.m. Have a good night.
Make, model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJFY7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the
Hello?
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Hey, Alex, what's up?
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
You like the video, but you're really confused about the prosecution's evidence?
And Ms. Hartnett, before you leave on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just put it on the button there and point out the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Hartnett, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of diagrams, if you could
In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And it's going to be slow down the bar.
So in this area here.
Can we just get the actual photo? I don't want to look at this.
As the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And this is going to look at the next page. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that later point of records, each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the diagram.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken taillight was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that lift gate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area as well?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Oh, excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say apparent human hair on the rear bumper, why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
We didn't take any pictures. Can you just draw us what you saw?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself.
Where the pictures are coming, right? You guys said the pictures are coming. What is this diagram?
Back to the lab and examined microscopically.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserve it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So if the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification, that would be done in the trace unit. It would also...
And again, Ms. Hardy, what's up on the screen is that was before you as the third diagram.
Like for autopsies, I get it. You don't want to have the autopsy photos up there, so we have a picture of a person with their injuries. But like, come on, this is what is this?
Yes.
Third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of that?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were
Everyone just being impatient. We're getting there.
Boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Ms. Hardy, excuse me, you can take that down. Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs assessed generally proposed, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there. And ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Oh, we have pictures. Okay, we should just went straight to the fucking pictures.
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that day, February 2nd?
I'm sorry, this case drives me nuts a little bit. Okay.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll excuse me for that. No objection. Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to.
So, Madam Court Reporter needs to.
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is recording, so that the witness may review them. Okay. Are we done?
If anyone speaks.
You recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate.
Why are we looking at the front bumper? I don't care about the front bumper. Go to the back.
The black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, it's Gentleman 2499.
Go to the back.
Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Harden?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And it's Gentleman next photograph 2500. Again, you recognize what's up on the screen is this exhibit's 140.
Couldn't we have just started with these pictures instead of the stupid diagram?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
Or are they trying to show that, like, hey, look at her. She's really good at her job. She takes contemporaneous notes.
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Kansas Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, that's going 2501. And again, you recognize what's up on screen there?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is going 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this one?
The driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Harnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this to be?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is Gilman 250.
Wait. Okay, I want to take a picture of this because just so I can have an idea of what it looks like. All right, so rear driver's side. Okay.
06. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize this?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you're talking about, where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
And this gentleman, if I could have photograph 2508. So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, this gentleman, if I could ask you to zoom in real. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
If you could again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that damage.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle. No,
wait, no, go back. Hold on.
If I can photograph what's been marked.
Okay. So, God, I have to look at my pictures again. Let me take a picture of this. Okay.
Exhibit 147. If I can ask you to zoom in real.
That's a zoom in picture.
With reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that damage.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're
look at the crime. They said they tried doing the crime scene tape initially, but because it was so windy and it was blowing around, there was like no point. They said they tried.
You're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle. Can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from the visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did, note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is it exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that, just
No way. Her testimony left with more questions.
for a moment. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512. And it's hard to record attention on the screen what's been now been marked as Exhibit 150. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items you observe, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that in this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear tail light? To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed.
Wait, like right in this area?
By you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits, do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach them?
Yes.
You're on the phone, please introduce in a minute. There's 4 photographs of the next exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, please.
$156 to $159.
I'll take those. Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
I'm just going to invite that photograph 2521. Ms. Harden, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 156?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have Ms. Gilman photograph 2527. Your Honor, yeah, just a moment.
Okay.
It's now been marked as Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Harden, it's 2535, which is
It's
now
a beautiful interior.
marked as Exhibit 159. Do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why does this matter?
I apologize, Your Honor. Mr. What do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
As far as the
And
damage
this is after they took it out, right?
that you
Or, oh no, they haven't taken it out yet.
observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in this photograph.
This area here is the broken tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have next photograph 2540. Now it's 161. Again, it's hard if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in the photograph, damage to the right rear passenger tail.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And it's hard if you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554 to 165.
Yes, I do.
And
Let me take a screenshot.
talking before in earlier testimony about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
And you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And you direct the jury's attention using laser pointers where you observe that and what
The little white
what
sticker?
area of damage or what that's to note.
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2558. 2556. And similarly, it's hard to recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked.
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that. Okay. And it's hard in this photograph, what if anything is depicted that you noted something sort of flat?
Oh, glass.
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
Okay. Can I approach witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the record, I can't see shit, by the way.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. Now marked as exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle, just below the taillight.
And it's going to get past sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you place in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably.
You need to speak up, Mr. Lally.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the 2 areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. Sorry, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what?
So as a regular layperson, my question is, how does hair stick on the car, especially if they didn't find any blood? Like, if there was blood and that's why the hair stuck on the car, to me that makes sense. But like I said, I'm just a normal ass person. Maybe it's possible the hair would just stick on the car because the car was wet and it dried up or something like that, maybe?
The sticker is what you had noted there.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
Oh, did the hair freeze and stick to the car? Oh, maybe.
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm good. We have 4 hours to go in this case.
Take a look at those and
Which I don't know where to get to.
asking if you recognize generally what they are.
Yeah, feel free to post it in the Discord. Yeah, I can totally see that. Like, I'm not an expert in like car collisions with like humans, with people, with animals, things like that. So it's possible that the hair could have still stuck on there even though there was no blood.
Stick with the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
I guess this
Gilman,
right
if I
here?
can have 2561. For the record, this is exhibit 176. Ms. Gilman, if I can ask you to zoom in a bit on that.
Well, I could totally see that it froze, and then after the ice melted, the hair would have still stuck on the
Right in
car.
the middle there. It's hard to recognize what's depicted in this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that to be?
That's a damage I noted on the rear door.
But I'm not an expert, so I don't know. I have to listen to these people.
Thank you. May I approach the witness? I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those are we finished. The taillight housing, once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor? You received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It depends on what the item was. The taillight specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I use disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I use reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those? What did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle, so a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab, where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several Solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then, what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those Solo cups, let me ask first, with regard to the Solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do?
Sorry, where? In the Discord cord?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a larger envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examined any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
And as far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with court's permission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as Exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And it's the only if I can have first photograph 8970. Now, Ms. Hardy, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And let's go if I can have 8971.
Oh, God. It's a
What's now on the
earthquake.
screen is Exhibit
Jesus
188.
Christ.
Again, do you recognize what's pictured there?
Yes, I do.
And what is the picture there? What, if anything, in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you? Sorry.
Why do these earthquakes? It feels like there's like an explosion. It's not even a shake. It's like a boom. Like, oh my God. Are you okay? He's like, what the fuck was that? I don't know shit. We're going to die.
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972 through 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this photo?
That is the back side of the taillight, and again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay. I'm just going to take that time.
But it felt like an explosion. It didn't feel like an earthquake. It felt like something exploded and shook the house. But not like shaking it, like boom, kind of like that. Like a one-sided blast.
Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor. To the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to the hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope, and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material. Edge, that is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have sort of an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, where the hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is
the jury knows.
And that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the, that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential...
Oh, so she didn't test it. Okay, so she didn't test it. She sent it somewhere else to have it tested.
In this case, sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was gray sweatshirts attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items.
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that general, did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of shirt and across each sleeve. And right sleeve damage.
Sorry, I'm just showing you here's 6 photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, there's always like mini micro earthquakes happening, like all the time. But the ones that I feel, maybe like every couple months.
Recognize those two.
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Wait,
is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The preliminary or overall, Your Honor, come.
Do we not get to see it?
Just had one follow. You had been talking about, or testifying about, sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, but not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where.
Correct, I do not.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9789.
Yeah, can you tell the font line to chill the fuck out?
190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior.
Oh, but this rip right here, sorry, it's probably from like paramedics. Okay, because that was like a rip going up and down. That's kind of weird.
Front.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph. What's up on the screen is exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I can have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen now? It's exhibit 192.
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to her what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's exhibit 193.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I can have 9795. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's exhibit 194.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
And the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman, 9796. If you could zoom in on that one. Now, Ms. Hartnett, what we're looking at here, that's the white sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, goes up through 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I can't hear you.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hartnett, showing you another series of photographs. Just ask if you what's can I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Before. Excuse me, photograph 91 to the next one. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 197?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, area 1.
Does that have some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he get shot or something?
Correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1-91.
God, I don't know if these close-ups are helping. He needs to have an expert to explain these holes.
3. Again, this is area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817.
But if a dog bit you there, wouldn't there be blood there? Like, it could look, but then the holes are very far away from each other, though. You would expect the holes, some of the holes to be kind of close to each other. Almost one teeth penetrated deeper than the other teeth. Maybe like when the tail light hit, maybe when the car backed up into him, it shattered and then it nicked some pieces of his clothes. I don't know. Lolly needs to have an expert that tells us how this happened.
Now, with respect to what's now marked as exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
A megalodon?
That's the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is exhibit 204.
I know why people are jumping on the dog bite thing, or the dog scratches, because a lot of us have been bit by a dog before, or have been scratched by a dog. We know what that looks like, right? So I can see why people came with the conclusion. But for me, I'm still hesitant because I don't know what injuries from a car accident looks like. I don't know what it looks like when someone gets hit by the back of a car. I don't know how their clothes tear. I don't know what catches on. I don't know. That's what I don't know. But I am familiar with dog bites, so I can see why people jumped onto that.
4, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And
But Lolly needs to kind of explain this, because him zooming in on this, it just, I don't know if it looks good for him.
What is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas.
My dog's a rescue. She was abandoned. So for 2 years, she jumped on me with her claws, trying to get me to stay. My arms and clothes look just like this, just saying, don't know. Yeah, no, I totally get you. Mine looks like this as well. But have never been hit by a car. So that's the part where I don't have any experience in. So I don't know if I want to even talk about that part. We'll have to get Mr. Lolly to have an expert to explain that to us, because I'm sure more people in the jury can relate to having dog scratches and dog bites than getting hit by a car and knowing what these injuries look like, right? So Lolly's going to have to get an expert to explain this.
6 through...
Oh, hi, Clear Sky. How are you doing today? How's it going? Welcome in. Thanks for popping in and saying hello.
11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And that approach is retrieved, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce as the next exhibits. No objection. And if I may approach the witness just to present with another set.
Okay.
But also, I don't know if they're gonna ever show the rest of the autopsy photos from John O'Keefe. I would expect there. See if there's like a bite here. I would expect there to be maybe like bites on the other side of his arm, because you know a jaw has a top and a bottom, right? But I haven't seen the other side. I've only seen the top side.
It's hard. 1 through 5.
Yes.
Yes. Exhibit 218.
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that, Steve?
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
And the items marked that you labeled as 12 and 13, are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
If you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
And this is going to find that photograph 9838.
And this is the back of the sweater.
Exhibit 219 on the screen, that's just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the other photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those.
Wait, that was,
13.
That's,
is it possible to...
oh yeah, that's the back. I don't fucking know what that looks like.
What's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
So what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt, in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
No
Well, I have heard a lot of people say they think it's dog bites.
objection. If I may, I'll just place these before the witness.
It's 222 and 230.
Yeah, John had, it was the back of his head, and then his nose was bleeding.
Thank you. Now, before I get to
the only explanation I could imagine for the blood to run like that is maybe he was like sort of on a bit of a slope on the front yard, and the blood was warm and it like went down his back as he was laying there. I don't fucking know.
It's now been marked in 222 through
Or
2.
he was maybe standing or maybe crouching for a little bit before he ultimately fell down.
30. If I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
No, leave Jen McCabe's tooth alone. I don't think her tooth looked that bad, okay?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends. And
who said they saw a footprint on their sweatshirt? I didn't see it. Was it in the pictures just now and I missed it?
Possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS, or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog.
Okay, you know what? I really wish she went before the UC Davis person. But like I said, there's probably some weird time constraint that expert had. And that's the reason why she testified like out of nowhere between the other witnesses. Okay, so she's the one that collected it.
On that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab, the State Police Crime Lab, is credited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing, and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
Yep.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, directions did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it. I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping?
Okay, wait, I was right. So she did swab the clothes, not actually John O'Keefe's body. Because remember when the UC Davis person testified, and I was like, I'm so confused. I don't know if Lolly made it clear or not. It seems like he did it, but did they swab John O'Keefe's body or did they just swab the clothing? So she's the one that swabbed the clothing. Because some of you guys were like, oh, it was the body, And I was like, I don't remember that.
Was that at the direction of UC Davis Lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
So what I'm specifically referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected.
I'm sorry, but if she was the one that did the swabs on the clothing and they sent it to UC Davis and they found no dog DNA, then I'm going to have to rule out the dog bit him.
For the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC
It wasn't the dog that did it, it was the pig.
Davis lab. Which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions go. So turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing that screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
I don't think she used only 2 swabs. I think whenever she swabs like one particular area, she uses 2 swabs. So it sounds like she only used 2. Like same thing with the red cups, right? It sounds like she only used 2 swabs in totality. But I think for each red cup, she used 2 swabs. Just like for each of the whatever part that she's testing on the sweatshirt, she used 2 swabs for each part. That's my understanding of it. Not like, oh, I only used 2 swabs. Because it would be weird if she only swabbed one area with 2 swabs and that's it. I think she used 2 swabs per area that she, whatever. She says, I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage. Oh, fuck. I guess it could be interpreted either way. I collected 2 swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas. Or she used 2 swabs for all those areas? Hold on. Hold on a second. I don't know. It's not clear to me. Just kidding. So she used 2 swabs for all the different parts of the area to find the dog DNA. Yes? Oh, went into cross. Oh, okay.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with a screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222 through 230. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have
They used 2 at the same time for swabbing evidence.
photograph 9841. And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's picked up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts of the jam tears, were those areas similarly marked?
Sorry.
With some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red brown stains on this item, I use letters.
Starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibits 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled-out version of that to denote where B and C were located.
Wait, she says she sent out the hair for DNA testing because they don't do it. She doesn't do it herself. She sends it out. Or did it get lost?
On that sweatshirt, is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, could zoom in a little bit on this. And Ms. Hart, if you recognize what's up there on the screen is exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are 2 other stains that you noted as far as D and E on
All
the
right,
same.
we're going to jump around here a little bit.
Yes, that's correct.
What's is that?
Oh, is there a mini little break? Oh, Shiro. No, Shiro, don't jump. Oh, God. This guy's crazy. Look at him. Look how crazy this guy is. You see him? Where'd he go? They can't see you, Shiro. Crazy dog. The meat, yeah. Huh? They mixed it? What? No, they usually separate it. They separate it's separated. Isn't it? I'm sure it's gone. Sidebar?
Privacy.
Okay, let's get to... Oh, they must have their little mini lunch break. Okay.
And with respect to the evidence as far as the stickers and sort of the DNA.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs that I took of the pair of jeans.
And what's contained?
All right, let's look at the jeans.
Now marked as exhibit 31.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange t-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
Orange t-shirt, and this is all blood, right? Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, 9863. And again, Ms. Harden, if you recognize what's up on the screen, is exhibit 232.
A little wiggle butt.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that where the stickers are. Now, Ms. Harden, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 233?
Yes, I do.
And again, using the laser pointer.
Oh, the blood in the red Solo cups? She said that she swabbed it and she sent them out. I would assume they tested the blood.
If you could draw the jury's attention to any items that you, any areas of this shirt that you marked off.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph.
Wait, what do you mean? So what did she do when she got those, when she swapped the red Solo cups? Just send it to like Narnia? Where'd they end up?
Hardnet within this zoomed in portion of Exhibit 233, using a laser pointer to draw their attention. What, if anything, you noted there?
I noted red, brown, stain D, which I marked with a sticker, and D on the bottom
Cody.
right.
What's up, Cody? How are you doing today?
Last name is Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. Up on the screen is now marked as Exhibit 239. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph. And again, Ms. Hardin, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw their attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red, brown stain, and I marked it E.
Okay. Exhibit 240. Marked as Exhibit 242. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9887.
Is that John's knife?
And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items you testified about, did you mark off certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well? And again, Ms. Hardin, if you could, using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you mark off in respect. Hardin, showing you another series. Do you recognize what's photographs?
Yes, I do.
Recognize those to be.
Photographs of the sneakers, items.
General Conville, seek to introduce them into the next exhibits.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardin, with reference to sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how aware of when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did, you know?
She's like, what the fuck did you ask me?
Received by the lab from the Norfolk detective unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with two different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I've just placed before you, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs? Do you recognize those to be?
The fingernail clippings that were submitted for John O'Keefe.
And do you know where they were submitted from?
By the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
May I approach them?
Yes.
I'll call them up to introduce them to the next exhibit.
Okay.
Wait, no, hold on a second. Because he has the back of his head. The back of his head has blood. So we don't know if he was... Like, what if he was hit with the car in the back of his head? But then how would his nose get fucked? Like, he would fall face flat, but then he was found on his back. Maybe he flipped over? I don't know. I have no idea. So I was trying to respond to the blood dripping on down his legs. Mr. Lawley has to explain it to us.
And Your Honor, those to the jury at the time. So.
Okay.
Now, those stains on the gray sweatshirt, the orange T-shirt, and the jeans. What, if any, testing was done with respect to those stains?
A screening test was performed on each of the red brown stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing?
With respect to each of those respective clothing
done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the T-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange T-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing a confirmatory test in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the screening test and the confirmatory test for blood, with respect to the gray sweatshirt, the orange T-shirt, and the jeans, what were the results of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those things?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
Now, beyond the stains, did you take any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For For each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for skin cell collection of the unstained areas, and that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item using something like a flat metal spatula and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material, from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units.
I mean, it seems like she sent it out
for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what if any steps are taken in regard to preserving those items?
All right, let's go to the pieces of glass. Oh, I have to be patient. Maybe they haven't gotten to the arm yet. Maybe they will do the arm afterwards. But I think the dog theory didn't come up until May. He said May 23, so I don't know if he meant May 2023 or the 23rd of May in 2022. Fucking lolly. Fucking lolly. So I don't know if when the dog theory came up, if they didn't have John's body anymore at that point. But they still had the clothes and evidence. Oh my God, Herman, play the fucking video.
I submitted those when I returned.
Sorry, I'm being so impatient.
From the original scene.
And what were those?
Oh, you got to see. Okay, fine. No.
Those
I'm not
are
at
pieces
cross
of glass
yet.
from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
I took potential skin cell collection using a swab moistened with sterile water.
And as far as the samples that you took from, as well as the items themselves, what, if anything, did you do with reference to those once you were done with your examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
And as far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
May I have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Ms. Hartnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of
cross-examination.
your testimony was about what happened in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sally Port? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
All right. Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did...
Jackson is refreshing, and so is Janetti in comparison to Mr. Lolly. Mr. Lolly, the way he asked his questions are just a little too convoluted.
One of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question. The dent that you noted and photographed, You made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, I'm just going to go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed,
Hey,
you made
Val.
no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay, and
something
that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sally Port on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom of the vehicle?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be an expert that's going to explain that.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be,
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from that from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, I'm sorry, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper.
I think she was searching for blood.
And the exhaust pipe screamed negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cup.
Could the blood have washed away by the blizzard, but not the pieces of hair and the glass?
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you? How did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those?
This is what Lolly should have clarified. Maybe Lolly didn't want to clarify because he didn't want the jury to know.
Those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red brown staining, so you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that...
Yeah, why not just do multiple?
Bloodstains contain...
Like, let's not make assumptions. Let's just make sure we cover our asses.
Can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which bloodstain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or
stain? Excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit here.
That's correct.
And that's what I like about the defense is that sometimes in direct examination, I'll be like confused about something and the defense will do a good job at clearing it up for me because Mr. Lally doesn't.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
They played beer pong with it
Wait,
afterwards.
I should ask this. I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of
So
that,
they only tested it to see if it was blood?
that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police at the Canton Police Department in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I Returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sallyport at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was.
I hope that now it's becoming very popular for people to watch like these trials live. I hope that really puts like a pressure on like these experts and law enforcement or anyone who's involved in these cases, right? To be like as thorough as possible. I know they have a budget that they'd stay within, but I mean, come on, you want to be pretty fucking thorough.
With some of my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay.
Like I know you can't test for every fucking thing out there in the world, but I mean, if you have a swab of blood, why not do the DNA testing? I guess she could be like, oh, there's no point in doing DNA testing because we already knew the blood came from John O'Keefe. But later down the road, you know, when we have multiple theories of how John O'Keefe could have died, this could help, right?
Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree.
I guess hindsight is always 20/20.
Right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not. If you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I'm qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven. I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough. I guess what I'm asking is, you've done some damage analysis in the past, obviously. This was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis on vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it had reasonably normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
Because I think what he's trying to get is, oh, the dent could have been from something else, not from this particular incident.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break. Does that housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can I get zoomed in just a little bit so I can, I believe so. I can start, so I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
So you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that?
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from?
No, that's correct.
Other than the general housing altogether?
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did, that's what, it's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the area I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight bottom left?
Hey, Richie.
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Ms. Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E.
May I refer to my notes?
With the course permission.
Yes. document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them E through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. On evidence submission form?
In the LIN system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group?
That's correct.
But it's, so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay, well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's catch. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct, and the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo with the bigger than that. Actually, all of them. Zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed it's February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and can you, I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to? It's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I did not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay, and do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you know where Dayton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dayton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yeah, maybe all she wanted to find was whether or not there's blood in the taillight. It didn't matter what part of the taillight the blood was on, but I don't know. That just seems a little weird to me as well.
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dayton and then towed back from Dayton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dayton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back. One of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dayton is, how far would you say Dayton is from Canton?
Did Karen drive the car to the Dayton or did someone else did?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't know exactly. I was never in Dayton.
Okay, so according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with the blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces.
Oh, Karen's parents' house is in Dayton?
Just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this down with court permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car, correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it was an apparent hair, correct.
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued?
No.
Wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time with the court. Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, let's zoom. Yeah. Can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, I'm going to hand you those very briefly. Recognize the first.
Okay. I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second two photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos? Thank you. May I?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that? And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct?
This one, right?
In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173.
Or is it a different hair? I don't know what the fuck we're looking at. I can't see.
And this is the same hair.
Good, again, just zoom in on that sticker. Yes, that's correct.
Does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved? It's no longer an inverted C, but a C.
Yes, it does.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the two ends, which may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom point?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask it differently.
Ms. Bates, with the court's permission, you can take that down. If you take a look at those side by side, and when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I don't know. The second picture, it definitely looks way more.
There's one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at
but
and ask you a couple
maybe it's
questions about. Court
angles.
permission, exhibit 195.
I don't know that I necessarily agree.
The second.
I would agree.
Wait. Oh, like, could it be? Was the hair sticking out? Maybe the hair was sticking out, so that's why it looks like it was a different angle.
If you agree that hair was,
I don't know,
somewhat precariously perched on.
It looks very different.
195. How you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There we go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. Just repeat the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together. And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
And
I guess, did she not use different swabs because all she wanted to make sure to see if there's any dog DNA in any of these? It didn't matter where the dog DNA would have came from?
Indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No.
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
No.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes. That overall photo was the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or you'd done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
And with court's permission.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange T-shirt.
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
The long sleeve gray shirt.
All right, so you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you took scrapings from both shirts, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the 2 shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever? And
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris?
That's correct.
And there was no videotape of the. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I wouldn't mind taking a look at that. That's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contained the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. May I approach? Yes. Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that.
Of course.
For the date.
May I approach? Yes. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it?
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right, is January 29, 2022,
Why didn't they bag it separately?
correct?
Yes, that's
Do they have a shortage of bags?
You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
Yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry.
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, Your Honor. Thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together.
Yes,
stored together.
That's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were on the floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence, according to the bag.
Thank you.
Man, they're really drilling that into the jury's mind. Trooper who? Trooper Proctor. Say it with me. Trooper who? Trooper Proctor.
Every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot it. So the taillight housing you took on the first?
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of?
Is there any other witnesses after her? Who's this witness?
All the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD, was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items, were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions, so I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the salad bar, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence?
Who's the next witness?
The earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach? Yes. I think I have. It's a two-page document. If I can show this. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document, the second document that I just had?
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with court permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again.
Chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes to both.
Mark for ID for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay. I was going to actually ask if I could help you with this. Go a lot faster with those processes. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is, that shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
What item are you referring to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece, orange T-shirt, that shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on page, the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, a gray T-shirt, or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay.
It's hard that before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you've testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just a couple.
What took them so long to get the rest of the shit?
Now, the vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port Camp Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, that was a taillight housing that you took from the Camp Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from what would have been the exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
Right, I'm like, did the victim's family have it?
So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of Camden Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
I have nothing further
I
on.
think Lolly's trying to hint that, like, oh, you know, the Sally Port was also just as cold as it was on the outside because there's no heat or anything like that. Maybe that's why the clothes and, the hair still stuck on the car.
On that limited bit?
One follow-up question.
I think that's where he was trying to go, and the witness is like, I don't remember. Who's the next witness?
May I approach?
Yes.
Shit, I didn't update my OBS. It says Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara is
You
testifying.
take
I'm
one
just
more
gonna
look
take
at that, what's been marked by identification is you. That's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
So the objection is.
I'll ask it a different way. Whose name is on the bottom of the form?
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to side back?
May I have that, please, Ms. Hartnett?
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
All right,
your
so
next
Jackson's
witness,
not
Mr.
asking
Lally.
it.
Yes, Your Honor, Commonwealth call Ms. Ashley Valere to the stand.
Ashley Valere. Let me update. Who's Ashley Valere? Let me use the restroom really quick. Pineapple shake. Oh, you know what I had that was really good? You guys ever been to Palm Springs? Date shakes. They're really good. And I don't really eat dates. Doesn't make sense. A blizzard driving back and forth and a single hair from John O'Keefe stuck to the bumper. Huh? Yeah, I mean, that definitely does raise kind of like, is that possible? But then again, I don't know. Maybe it could be. Hi, Fire. How are you doing today? Yes, hydration. Cheers, guys. Drink some water.
Just step right up there, watch yourself on me. Make yourself with the other student court during the case down here. Truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. My name is Ashley Valier, spelled V-A-L-L-I-E-R.
And Ms. Valier, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
All right, so Mix Valier, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
We've been doing this. We've had to turn the air conditioning off, and we can't hear you.
No, not the AC.
All right, Mr.
And,
Valier.
how long have you been employed at the State Police Crime?
Just over 5 years.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work, where did you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biochemistry and Cell Biology from University of California, San Diego.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science degree in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months before getting a job at the Massachusetts State Police.
Did she put together the taillight piece? Is that what she did? So I'm just trying to skip to...
With the lab case number 22-02184.
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number with respect to Ms. Reed's case.
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, well, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John O'Keefe?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
Your Honor, with course permission, may the witness look at her notes?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, so it was, well, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
Now, with respect to each of those items had a lab sort of label number associated with it, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7-something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7-same thing, point whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with a specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what, if any, and as far as that item, 7-18.18, what, if any?
There was apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and orange apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what, if any, measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what, if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley?
I am.
And so what, if any, training does Ms. Hanley have?
So Christina Hanley is the trace supervisor, and she is signed off to do casework in fibers, miscellaneous paint, glass. See, the other trace disciplines that I'm not.
So essentially those items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
Of the initial items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were those, generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
34 Fairview.
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass and one drinking straw.
And those items were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And with reference to the process in general terms of when you receive these items, can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did and what you looked at as you went through each of these respective items?
Sure. So for beginning a physical match case, you always look at the questioned items first, which are the ones that you don't know where it came from. Like here, they're labeled as coming from the road, so you don't know where their actual source of origin is. And so what we'll do is we'll scan that item into my custody, and then I will document the packaging with photographs, and then I'll open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces, each piece will get a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do in fact fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging.
Okay, I'm going to go straight
I'm
to
showing
this.
you a series of 9 photographs of statue. We'll look at those until we finish.
So she was just explaining her process earlier.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence bag that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Donna Coleman, seek to introduce you to the photographs of the jury, please.
Okay.
So she must be the person that put the pieces of plastic and the glass together?
What's up on the screen is photograph 1905, which is now been marked as Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the evidence bag that you were presented with regard to items labeled as 7-1?
That's the seal on it, yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as this process that you're talking about, sort of fitting the puzzle pieces together, how long and how laborious a process did that entail?
In this case specifically?
Lying about what?
There were many items to look at, so it did take quite a bit of time.
And if I could have photograph 1908 screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 263.
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you have from item 7-5?
Those are the 3 pieces in item 7-5.
So the 3 pieces, another 7 photographs. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce the next exhibits. Okay. And your Honor, could publish if I can have photograph 1921. And it's going to be good. Just rotate that.
Why are we looking at this picture again? Oh, it's a different seal?
It's what's up on the screen, and it's, that's one. That is the 7-6, is that correct? Is concerned. These are items that were submitted from Exhibit 271. That actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date.
Presumably, I don't know, because that's not our lab's labeling system.
If fair to say, as far as your observation of these evidence bags as you were opening them, or boxes as you were opening them, they had different dates on them. Some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Now, what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs now?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab. Do you recognize those to be?
The item 7-8.
Okay, so they're just going to go through each one. She's going to identify them.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the jury as well? Ms. Valier, with regard to what, if any, difference was there between sort of color and size and shape of the different items that you received?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were they all sort of uniform as to their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you know between?
Between the items that we've already published, or just all of them?
All of them in general.
So some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you have seen,
hey, Jojo.
How would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things of that nature?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to find a match for, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 1931.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1934. Collectively sort of labeled as item 7-8.
I do.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are...
So the lab had collected like debris or something out of this item. That would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just the different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels such as piece A, piece B, piece C, all the way down to, well, however many there were.
And let's pick it up on the screen within this exhibit 282. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that was submitted within this as far as 7-8 that you examined throughout the course of your analysis? Right?
It was. There's actually 2 pieces in that. There's the large one in the middle, and there's a very small one up in the corner.
Right here.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Who's talking in the microphone?
Yes.
I'll keep introducing business. Oh, there's.
How many more witnesses do we have again?
Again, Your
How
Honor,
many more
permission,
weeks?
if I could publish that to.
Hi, Ink. How are you doing today? Yeah, you late.
Okay.
It's okay.
If I got photo one. And Ms. Blair was the bag of boxes.
Okay, we're just gonna go through bags.
Again, what's on the screen is that the item that was contained within that evidence.
Yes.
Taillight piece.
And another series of photographs, if you could do those before we finish.
Did she put the taillight pieces together or no? I guess not.
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19.
In those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of those within the trace unit?
It is.
May I approach? And Your Honor, with court's permission, marked as 296 through 309. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the testifying about 7-9. Ms. Blair, now it's been picked up on the screen and been marked as a
Maybe that's another witness that puts it together.
7. If you could zoom in just a little bit on items of evidence. Clear pieces of glass or plastic, if you know.
I'd have to look at my notes to see what I wrote them as.
My other question.
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Now, I'm just going to go slow down. I'm sorry. Up. Thank you very much. The item is contained above those 3 pieces of apparent clear plastic. What is that?
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
And I'm just going to find out photograph 1964.
This trial gives me a headache. It just gives me a headache. I'm like waiting for the moment where there's gonna be some clarity on this. It just gives me a fucking headache. It gets more and more convoluted.
So, what's up on the screen, Ms. Blair, now is exhibit 299. Is that essentially the straw next to a ruler with the photographs that I asked you to look at before? Have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
Photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
Your Honor, almost seeking to introduce and admit. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that the bag, evidence bag that contains item 7-11.
Yes.
And for the record, that's been marked as exhibit 310. Let's go with the have 1982.
That's how you spell Buchanan. Buchanan.
And again, Ms. Blair, what's depicted up on the screen on exhibit 311, is that the items, the pieces of. Now, with regard to the photographs that I and what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that
plastic
pieces? 7-14, is that correct?
Yes.
What's depicted on the screen is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in the exhibit bag from the previous exhibits, labeled as item 7-14.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those
The photos of item 7-12.
Marked as the next. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015.
Hey,
Ms.
Madison.
Blair, if I could direct your attention up to the screen. What's contained in what's marked now as exhibit 328. Those, the evidence pack that contain the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018. Ms. Blair, directing your attention up to the screen and what's now marked as exhibit 329. Those are the items that were labeled collectively as 7-12 that were contained within that evidence pack from the prior exhibit.
Yes.
As far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within? And what's contained within those photos were labeled as item 7-13.
It is.
Your Honor, almost may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997.
Okay, what do we have? This is so annoying to have to turn on and off the lights.
And Ms. Blair was depicted on the screen in that photograph, which now the market is 3.
Oh, Lolly's closing argument better be clear and cut, okay?
Is that the evidence back that contained the items labeled as 7-13?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2000.
And I'm assuming these dates are going to correspond with the dates that the defense mentioned earlier about Proctor finding pieces of plastic days subsequent after the first initial search.
And Ms. Blair, directing your attention to the screen, those are the items labeled by the lab as 7-13.
Taillight pieces.
Yes.
As far as the photographs that I placed.
Thank you.
Thank you. The screen, you recognize this as the evidence bag that contains item 7-15.
Yeah, more plastic pieces. February 11.
That's now been marked as exhibit 352.
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2077. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence bag containing the virus.
Yes.
Okay.
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the taillight housing, item 3-1?
From those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece 1. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the taillight.
Your Honor, I think that may.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Blair, we're going to have to have you back on Wednesday. Okay?
Oh, that's it?
I'm going to ask you to wait with jurors, so we don't meet tomorrow.
I thought we were going to see a picture of the taillight being pieced together, or did I didn't miss that, did I? No, I don't think so.
Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday with an abbreviated lunch and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case.
I think she's just nervous testifying in the stand. I would hate to have to like do my job and then have to fucking testify in the stand. Where they can scrutinize my work. Oy, oy, oy.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. I know we took a long time today with getting exhibits in before, but it's very important. So I was just talking to Mix Valera about whether I needed to call Lawrence Court for her or not. So you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. You don't need me for anything until Wednesday? We'll see you Wednesday.
All right.
That's it? Okay. All right, well, what a day.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial.
Okay, interesting. We got some taillight pieces. We got some swabs that were taken. Now we know who took the swabs. I don't know. Okay, what a day of court. That's about it. I don't really have much to say. This case is just so like, I don't know. The big piece of taillight with the 2 bumps in the last photo not found until the 11th of February. I mean, my understanding there was a blizzard, and as each day the snow melted, more and more pieces were uncovered. I don't know. Okay, well, who can we look forward to hearing a testimony from? I don't know. We're like kind of going through the extra testimonies right now. And they're all kind of just, I don't know. It's not like, wow, you know, they're not like bangers. They're just like, oh, okay, that's about it. All right, guys. So, I think that's about it for today. Earlier, we covered some mini news from other cases that we've been keeping our eye on. Talked about Brian Landrie very briefly, about some of the stuff they uncovered from him or about him. Possibly having mental health issues. Talked about Rebecca Grossman, who has her sentencing next week. And talked about the body cam footages, Madeline Soto, the night that she was reported missing. His trial apparently is happening next month, and I don't know if it is or not. Chad Daybell, found guilty last week. Jury recommended DP for him. Brian Landrie, they've recovered some of the stuff that he owned, some of the artworks, something that he wrote. It seems like he may have been mentally disturbed. He may have some mental issues. I don't know. Or it could just be like his artistic brain just being kind of creative. I don't know. But it seems like he was possibly struggling mentally, and maybe no one knew. But does that excuse what he did? Fuck no, it doesn't. I came in late, had to do some head trimming for the neighbor. Oh, that sounds fun. So I haven't heard from Proctor. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it seemed like Mr. Lawley was going to call Proctor, but it's possible that Proctor could just plead the fifth and, you know, not go up there and testify to incriminate himself, right? So we may hear from Proctor, we might not hear from Proctor. We'll see. But as a jury, it would be really weird to not hear from the lead investigator. You keep hearing Proctor, 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 and defense does a good job at keep dropping the Proctor name and make it sound like, you know, there's some really weird, shady stuff going on with Proctor. So I feel like the jury is like, okay, I can't wait to hear from this Proctor guy. And if they don't hear from him, it's like, oh, what happened to him? Oh gosh. All right, y'all. Well, thanks for joining us today. That's it. I will see you guys on a different day, maybe on Thursday, possibly. I think tomorrow's a full day at court and Thursday's like a half day, right? So maybe on Thursday, maybe Friday. I have to do the rest of my flooring tomorrow. They're gonna come in and rip out the rugs in our closet and take care of all that. But thank you so much for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Feel free to join the Discord if you like. We do have a true crime section. Feel free to post anything about this case or other cases in there. Discussions, and we also have non-true crime, you know, channels as well if you don't want to talk about true crime stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna do some work, and I was gonna stream on Twitch and play some video games, but I think I have to do some work stuff, and yeah, that's about it. I don't know. All right, y'all, I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. This case has been interesting. It has been interesting. We've heard from law enforcement, or actually we've heard from, let's see, who do we hear from today? What do I have in my notes? What do I got on my notes today? We heard from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who's part of CERT, which is Search and Rescue. What I want to know is, was CSI there? Was there any crime scene, you know? Were they there to help process the scene, or were they not able to make it? What happened with that? Because apparently there were people from Search and Rescue that came to help later on in the scene. They dug through the snow, tried to find pieces of evidence, like the taillight pieces, the other shoe of John O'Keefe's. He said that there were about 7 people from CERT that were part of the search team, 2 from, I think, state police, and then, 3 from state police, and then 2 other people that he wasn't familiar with. And then we heard from forensic science, crime scene person who went earlier. She was the one who went there physically at Canton Police Station, got the tail light, did some swabs of the tail light, did the swabs of the John O'Keefe clothing, because, you know, they were, at some point, there was a theory that maybe it was a dog that attacked him. She was the one that did the swabs, sent them out to UC Davis. However, I mean, I don't know, like, during the time when she was doing the swabs, if it didn't matter where DNA was coming from. She just wanted to make sure that there was DNA period on the taillight, I guess. But I feel like it'd be very important to do different swabs for different sections. Same thing with the clothing, different swabs for different sections, not just one swab for all the sections. But again, there was no animal DNA found, no dog DNA found on there. There was pig DNA though. Let's see, cross-examination, again, what I talked about earlier, using the same 2 swabs for different areas, not separate swabs. She did swab the car. It was negative for any blood. And, oh, did I mix up my notes right here? Ashley Valaire, who testified just now. And I'm assuming Ashley Valaire, we'll see pictures of her putting the taillight back into one piece. All right. Anything else? Wait, what is this? Factory reset. Okay, my notes got all fucked up. I got to fix my notes. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. That's about it for today. And when is Alec Baldwin facing trial? Next month. I'll go over my schedule. Let's see. Schedule for the rest of the year. We're already halfway through the year. Isn't that wild? So Alec Baldwin. Well, first, Sarah Boone has a status hearing end of this week. Sentencing for Rebecca Grossman next week. Preliminary hearing for Corey Richins, the woman who is accused of poisoning her husband with fentanyl so she can go off with her paramour / lover and take all his money. We'll take all the husband's money. Her preliminary hearing is the end of this month as well, June 18th. Initially, her preliminary hearing was supposed to happen a couple weeks ago, but it got pushed. I think Ashley Banfield will have her trial July. Ashley Banfield sort of reminds me of Amber Heard, except Ashley Banfield ended up being accused of murdering her husband. Let's see. Possibly jury trial for Chad Dorman next month, same time as Alec Baldwin. A couple days after that, possibly Stephen Stearns. Case management for Donald Adelson, July 22nd. Pre-trial hearing for Alexi Treviso, July 22nd. Oh my God, it's already going to be Treviso time. Nicolay New, sentencing, July 31st. That's for the Apple River trial. And yeah, then we'll go into Treviso and then Adelson for trial stuff. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. You had to go cook dinner. What did you make? Did you make some good food? Yeah, I need to go eat, actually. I'm hungry. I'm starving. I need to eat my lunch. It's gonna be a very late lunch too. Oh, Rex Heuermann? I don't know. I don't know. It's more like, when is Koberger gonna go to trial? Jesus. Because I know they initially wanted him to go to trial like right now, but it seems like they might push it to next year summer, but the judge wants to have it like ASAP, so he's doing status hearings every month to make sure things are on track and all that stuff. But yeah, the Koberger stuff, when is that going to go to trial? That's going to be a long while wait for the victims' families. All right, guys. Oh, yeah, some chicken, potatoes, and some corn. Yeah, my glass. Oh, are they fixed? I don't know if they're fixed yet. But I requested, I mean, it doesn't look like they put in a new screw, to be honest, but they might have just lied to me. I requested them to send me extra screws for this because these glasses are discontinued, and the screws, well, the screws, if it's discontinued, they can't locate the screws. So hopefully they have some extra screws that they can give us. You plan to do some Overwatch and, ooh, sculpting. That sounds fun. I'm working on a remake of my spider shoe. What is your spider shoe? I mean, I guess he's presumed innocent until proven guilty. I mean, that's what Morden means. All right, y'all. I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. I'm going to go eat, and I will see you guys at different stream. Thanks for hanging out, and yeah, have a good one.